Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Let's hope my lamp works for the lighting on that side, or else it's gonna look kind of weird. Should probably change the bulb on that anyway. Hello. I burned my tongue on my coffee this morning, and I'm gonna be honest, chat, I didn't even flinch because I needed it that bad. I was like, oh, cool, I'm dying, and kept drinking. So, yeah, it's one of those kinds of days. But I'm sure I'll feel better as I stream. So bear with me for a little bit. But, a Girafrican Cat, Brother Matt, New Mexican, Reckless Monster, Pico, Kind Buds, Jester, JC, Daniel, hope you're all doing fantastic. So today, I've got kind of an accident of a build. Like, I was trying to do a thing, and it became another thing, and then that became another thing, and we ended up with something that feels weirdly familiar. If you enjoyed using black powder shotguns, or I should say, if you enjoyed using Jacob's shotguns, I'm having trouble using the interchangeable terms. If you enjoyed using Jacob's shotguns on flak in Borderlands 3, for example, you might like this. You might like this. And there's a couple different directions you can take this build multi-class wise that I've been thinking about, and I'll go over that real quick before we actually start playing, because I'm still kind of torn at the moment. I think if I had perfect gear, I'd go with the other route, the one I'm not doing on the save currently, but I'll explain both. Hey Higgy Brit, how you doing? Mozilla, good to see you. New accidental favor is my little brother's nickname in the house growing up. Oof. Yeah. Oof. Menu screen music sounds like City Skylines. No Tishman. I'm not familiar, man. Yeah, or maybe my brain isn't working. I don't know. We'll find out either way. So, let's go over the build real quick, like. Stabospore, fade away with the pet, basically flak. That's currently what it is, yeah. Now, I came to a realization, and this was a gear-based realization, and this feeds into the thing I've been telling people about how you build around items in this game rather than just slapping items on a build. Because of the armor that I started using, I decided that this second class here would be better as a Clawbringer. Now, the reason why I have not changed over is because of this skill right here, Quiver of Holding. I'm using this mag size for a couple specific things right now, and I don't have enough mag size on my gear to be okay without it for certain weapons. So, the only thing keeping me on Spore Warden over Clawbringer right now is this. But, this setup still works really well on Spore. And, you get the extra flak vibes of the pet revive, as Kind Buds was touching on. So yeah, this is the most flak feeling. But in terms of effectiveness, I think this would be best as a Clawstalker, which is a Stabomancer Clawbringer. Morning Crypt, how you doing? So, this might look weird. You might be like, Quag, why did you skip the gun damage skill? Why are you this far down Stabomancer tree without taking Alchemical Agent against the things you've been saying lately? Why? Why are you doing this? And the answer is... Corrupted Plate Mail is fucking sick. On certain weapons. Now, this is not a fantastic Corrupted Plate Mail, this is just the best one I've gotten so far. I wanted one with Stabo power, and I don't get many of those with Stabo Primary. Now, the optimal armor, the more I was thinking about this, is Stabo Claw. Because Stabomancer Clawbringer can roll Exploit their weaknesses and Potent Poisons, I believe. Let me check real quick. Let me check the spreadsheet. Stavomancer, Clawbringer. Yeah, exploit their weaknesses. Yeah, exploit their weakness, Potent Poisons, and Dragon Aura. Obviously, I'm not going to care about Dragon Aura unless I switch to a Clawbringer, but even then, I likely won't. It's not a unique mult with the stuff I have going on. But exploit their weakness goes in the same part of the damage formula as Wrath of Nature. So it's just like a mini Wrath of Nature that is easier to apply. When you use From the Shadows, in this kind of setup, the only source of Wrath of Nature application you have is play the angles ricochets. That's it. I don't have any other way of doing ability damage right now. So, I'd get more single target damage without having to do weird ads stuff out of pumping exploit their weaknesses and abandoning Wrath of Nature entirely. Also, more Potent Poisons leans into the build concept, and that build concept is using Corrupted Plate Mail with non-elemental weapons to increase their damage, apply a bunch of dark magic dots to everybody that do a surprising amount of damage, and remember, we're in From the Shadows, so those crit. And that dark magic healing helps us maintain this enchantment, which is really good. While health is full, gain 25% gun damage and 25% critical hit damage. So the way this enchant actually works is it gives you two separate sources of 25% conditional damage. Now these are additive to each other, but this conditional damage goes in the same category as a bunch of high-profile things. So it's very good if you're not using certain pieces of gear. This enchantment's good. Just want to know when they're going to put Peregrine in the game. Honestly, Kind Buds, wouldn't surprise me if it pops in and something. Wait, hang on. Skeep is Peregrine. Polymorph is Peregrine. If you think in very abstract terms, Polymorph is Peregrine. Well, that was fast. Corrupt doesn't boost damage, it just changes it, right? Yeah, but it changes it to something that can be boosted by things that it otherwise couldn't. So, for example, this Kettle Drum is non-elemental. Does not benefit from elemental boosts, and cannot apply status effects. If I convert 30% of that to dark magic, then that 30% now gets elemental boosts, it now gets dark magic boosts, and it can leave status effects. Now I get an efficiency boost to those dark magic damage sources from this plate mail as well. And I've got dark magic damage over here, so that boosts that. And it comes together real nicely. The cool thing about using that with a ricochet weapon like this in From the Shadows is that not only do we get all of those ricochets on every hit, but the first enemy is definitely getting a dark magic status applied to them because 25 individual instances of damage, all with a chance. And then the second enemy as well. And because we're rocking Contagion, this has a chance to just spread to anyone nearby. So if I happen to shoot one enemy, it ricochets to a second. We get Play the Angles, which goes to a third. We hit all those enemies. If I get Contagion on those two that we hit, then I've put Dark Magic status effects on 5 enemies. And because we are spec'd into Potent Poisons, we have a bunch of global damage boosts, we have a bunch of elemental damage boosts. Those status effects can kill. I found myself with this build, like, I'll shoot an enemy, and then an enemy on the other side of the room behind me dies because of a weird ricochet chain of Black Powder, Play the Angles, Contagion. It's really funny, honestly. So we're gonna do some of that. Any difference in a build that's the exact same and two classes are switching around, like Grave Spell versus Spellgrave? Nah, there's no difference. Hello, friends. Where are you? Enemies are being slow today. That was a good showcase of the healing. Like, I'm taking a fair amount of damage here, which is knocking my enchant offline. But we have so much healing that it's like, okay. Consider a build to be X classes built based on the action skill used. It's not ironclad, but it's a good metric. Brought back indiscriminate. It looks like kills them before they kill you is typically better than survivability like previous games. Sometimes, T-Honey. There's exceptions, like for example, if you are a Graveborn, you have Sanguine Sacrament, which is just a ridiculously powerful heal. As long as you have a spell that you can even somewhat spam, that heal will keep you alive for a very long time. You also have direct damage blocking stuff, such as sigils, which I'm using one at the moment. This is experimental. This is not like my recommendation for the setup. I'm just trying out this empowering sigil because it can apply status effects well and has a short cooldown. I'm open to other spammy spell ideas, preferably ones that don't require me to hit an enemy. You guys have any suggestions? So like, not Arcane Bolt, because I'm using my spell for Thurge a lot as well. Yeah, we won't do that right now. What did I just pick up? I don't know what I just picked up. Some kind of melee weapon. There it is. Hey Dagacha, how you doing? Brain slowed down yesterday and went back to see if I missed some build stuff. Got pretty heated. Hope today's a chill stream. It didn't really get heated, bro. It's just, you know, random stupid people coming in to try and troll, not realizing that they're giving me money by doing so. That's pretty much it. But yeah, chill stream today. So I was using a fortifying sigil for a bit of extra healing. And I kind of stopped doing that because the thing that kills me is my own dots, more than anything. And the sigil doesn't really help against that too much. Hey Chippy, how you doing? What about Rainbolt for the instant status? I was thinking about Rainbolt. Can it roll in poison by any chance, Ladman? Do you know? Because poison is a status effect I don't have covered here. I don't have poison and I don't have frost covered. So either of those for a Rainbolt. But preferably poison, because like, I like the thematic nature of that. I know it applies a random one, but I want the base element to also be a blind one as well. It can? Cool. We might have to hit the Spell Bunny for some Rain Bolts then. Though I want Corrupted Plate Mails. I really want Corrupted Plate Mails. I want a better one. Like a Stabbo Claw Corrupted Plate Mail is my dream drop right now. Frozen Orb? What's the base cooldown on a Frozen Orb? It's like 16 seconds, something like that. What's this new build? This is, it's a status effect Ricochet gun build. This is the best way I can describe it. So we're using a Corrupted Plate Mail to make this times 25 Black Powder partially a dark magic weapon, which makes it apply a bunch of status effects, and that portion will also benefit from our elemental boosts, which means we can give it a bit more formula. And when you're in from the shadows, dots go burr. So not only do we get a ton of ricochets, we also get very powerful dots And we're using an Echo Amp Twin Soul, so we shoot, deliver a bunch of dots and ricochets, melee. It's a tight little gameplay loop of, you know, try to melee at least every 3 shots. Keep the amp bonus up, because amp also scales the dots up that come from that gunshot. Or barrel. Barrel's long cooldown. Arcane Bolt's probably max spam if that's your goal. I specifically said not Arcane Bolt. That was a fast room. That was a real fast room. Volatile Poison Rainbow if you want to try it. I'll try to go on myself, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. Clarifying the elements is very helpful. I'll go for a Poison Rainbow. Arc Torrents have decent charge amount cooldowns. I don't want something that immobilizes my my hands for that long. So like, any charge up spell, I can't reload while my spell is charging. That's the thing. I want it to be fast if possible. But yeah, Gunboy vibes. You just run around one-clicking most things. Gunboy Flak was one of the most iconic builds that came out of Borderlands 3. And I suppose you could say that we've been chasing that dragon for a bit. Looks fun? Hey, I'm glad you think so, Vener. Fighting Bark with a Sportster last night, one shot it without a Buffmeister, Curse Witter, Great Bow, use a Riveter, and why spell shots are dumb. It's because of the way, well, spell shots just dumb because spell shots dumb, but yeah. Could threads help because of the duration? Thread would have good area coverage. But ultimately not a lot of activations. I want something that I can activate frequently for multiple Thurge activations to minimize my downtime when I'm outside of From the Shadows. So like this Sigil has a base 10-second cooldown. It having a 5-second duration helps a lot. That's already 50%. But because I have spell cooldown from hero points, it's actually only about 7.5 seconds cooldown. So 7.5 second cooldown on a good utility spell is a lot of potential Thurge, and it's something I can just use at all times. It's always beneficial to just pop it. Inflammation. Inflammation would activate very frequently. That could be a shout, Daniel. Yeah, because I just need to do it, like, very briefly. Maybe Inflammation. Echo gets chonky with the setup? It does. It does. Yep. Do eruptions have a long cooldown? I know they have at least 2 charges. You can get an eruption that has, I think you can get it down to like a 11-ish second cooldown with multiple charges. That could be a shout. pretty fast animation. That could work. Laser Hand also has good cooldown. Laser Hand also has a charge up. If I wanted to do any sort of relevant damage, I need to fully charge it. Or I suppose I don't have to in from the shadows, but that's still moving the problem to where, you know, it's most problematic. I wouldn't want to go Laser Hand, I don't think. Because then I'd just be holding down my spell button a lot, and if I'm holding down a spell button, I can't reload. Ricochet part of Stabbo Kit? Spore, like Ven said. So Black Powder Ricochets happen inherently, but we also have Play the Angles, so whenever we do a gun crit, we have a chance to get a Ricochet. And that Ricochet also has a chance to Ricochet again. And you can, in fact, chain a Black Powder Ricochet into a Play the Angles, into a second Play the Angles. And whatever gets hit by that Ricochet is very dead. Very dead. How low can Sunders go in terms of cooldown? I'm not sure. Shows this is a body rune. It's a body rune. The Church of Body Rune. It gives us a fire bonus element. We are using primarily a non-elemental gun. Also, body rune heals us on kill, which helps us keep this enchant active. How important is ability damage for this setup? Not really at all, Cheese. How you doing, by the way? It's just there to boost Play the Angles. It serves no other purpose whatsoever. Something I touched on at the beginning of the stream is how I think this setup could work better as a Stabbo Claw, because you would get Oath of Fire for another bonus element, which non-elemental gun, that matters. You would get, as long as your Wyvern was good about triggering it or you used a spell to trigger it, you would get Awe, which is a good crit damage boost. And remember, you're in From the Shadows, so crit damage in the right parts of the formula is very impactful. You'd lose Headhunter, and you'd lose Wrath of Nature, but Wrath of Nature in this setup is only being applied by Play the Angles, and it is additive with Exploit Their Weakness. If you run a Stabomancer primary, Clawbringer secondary armor, then you can get another 3 points and Exploit Their Weakness. So that's 12% per status effect up to 5, which is, what, 60%? Which is more than 3 Wrath of Nature. It's not as much as 3 Wrath of Nature plus 3 Exploit Their Weakness, but 6 out of 3 Exploit Their Weakness is more than 3 out of 3 Wrath of Nature and does not require ability damage. So I think ideal here is Stabbo Claw. But I lose the mag size from Spore, is the big thing. So that's why I'm not actively doing that right now. And also, I don't have that. How'd I act? I don't know, Cheese. Where'd the amp come from? Yeah, like Cheese said, my twin soul here is Amp and Echo. Yo, Kindbuds, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime in the 2 months. It means the world. I hope you enjoyed that ad-free viewing, emotes, all the good shit. Thank you. Should've made your Spore guy's name with 2 Ds. D-O-double-G? Maybe.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
GG's no ads.
Thank you. Also, apparently the Wyvern's regular damage may or may not count as ability damage. Thank you for testing. It would be kind of inconsequential because we would be swapping out Spore for Claw. So, like, we wouldn't care about Wrath of Nature anymore, or ability damage at all. Yeah, but peak for this setup. Cat, what are you doing? I think it's genuinely Stabbo Claw. I'm just using Spore in the meantime, because it's easier. And I'm not using Spore Warden Power anywhere. Stabo Power is the most important thing because it is from the Shadow's duration. So any armor that has any Corrupted Plate Mail with Stabo Primary is going to work great for you here. It's just when I thought neckbeards at D&D couldn't sink lower, Reddit comes through and shows you there's truly no bottom. Thread name, other people having fun irritates me. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks, homie data. Other than that, how you doing? Morning stuff, Beaver. How are you? 25 pellets to play the angle sound good? It does sound good. So, I want spells for Rain Bolts, because I want to try that out, and I want armor for Corrupted Plate Mills. I have no Rain Bolts, so we'll go spells until I have a Rain Bolt. Wonder how long From the Shadows could last with max Stabo Power and 2 triple duration mood rings or equivalents. It can last a very long time. I'm also running the enchant that gives you back up to 2 seconds on every reload. Now this does lose value the more duration you have, so I actually don't like this Sharksbane I have. It's just the first one with action skill stuff and gun damage I could get. It's only 2 passives. The cooldown here is not very valuable because I have Thurge. The duration here is not very valuable. Like, this isn't a very good Sharksbane. This one is pretty good. This one isn't. Fantastic, school's over, so I'm hoping I can be here on a more regular basis. How are you? Can't complain. And congrats on finishing the semester. Can't complain. Well, I can complain. I kind of feel like shit today. But I'm not going to complain. I'm having too much fun with this build. I was just kind of prepping content for today, last night, and I ended up playing this build for way longer because I was having a good time, which is always a good sign. So 15.3 base on a Quaking Sunder. You could, I think you can get double cooldown parts. I don't know about triple, but at least double. You could get that to a respectable base. So this Arc Torrent is simple casts, 8.8 second cooldown, 3 charges. That could be really good here too. I'll pick that up. Simple cast is preferred here. Channel is way more damage, but I want spam. Quick spam, I should say. You know, if we could get a triple cooldown part, simple cast Spectral Talons, or maybe 2 cooldown, 1 charge, that'd just be for the flackness. It's also great when you're working and having fun, feels a little less like work. Yeah. Hope you feel better. Thanks. Hey Worlds, how you doing? It's the best projectile spam weapon in the game. There's a lot of things that could fill that role. Daniel. You got double barrel Stoker ARs. Liquid cooling is definitely up there with just sheer projectile spam. Times 25 black powders, times 18 Hyperius shotguns, times 18 Furior shotguns, times 18 Torg shotguns. There's a lot of contenders for that. So I like these colliding eruptions. 2 charges, AoE knockback around you, fast animation. 18-second cooldown base. One of these with 2 cooldown parts would be good. Not as good as what I have now in terms of spam, but it'd be good. Auto magic, yeah, that's a lot of projectile spam. A lot of reloading, but if you can get around the reload through either a very fast reload speed or a mag refill mechanic or ammo regen, then yeah, auto magic is definitely a hose. If we could have a spell that just does flak voice lines, I'd use that. What if I told you, Dagacha, that using the Wyvern spells, the Spectral Talons, does play flak voice lines? Just through your character's voice, but it does do it. the rack attack voice lines are used when you use spectral talents. They, of course, re-recorded them with the new voice actors, but they're there. Just fast forward me to the patch where Thunder Anima can be enchanted. It's still, like... having one slot that can't be enchanted isn't honestly a big deal, especially with the gun slot, depending on class. Like, if you're trying to use Spore Ward and Spore Fuse, sure. But for the other characters, it's kind of the least impactful enchant slot. Like, seriously, Ward enchants are so important. And then gun enchants just kind of like, eh. Unless you're a Spore Warden. What was I gonna reroll? Is this. That was a convenient first roll. ASA Dark Magic isn't, like, ideal, but it's something that helps the build, so. Just want to hear Flack say, weak. All of you are weak. One more time. Hey, BL3 is still around. They've done a couple things in BL3 since Wonderland's been out. That TNTina got added. They ran a community challenge that completed that added a new head skin. We'll probably go back to BL3 one of these days. Eventually. I don't like using Buffmeister. Would apply extra element to do more damage in this build? Yeah, King, it would. I actually had that discussion with Stone Swan last night, who is like the gun dot guy, so of course I was shooting ideas towards him and getting some feedback. But yeah, like, getting a poison bonus element delivered from your gun is actually very difficult in this game. There's no real coverage for that. You can get cryo from being a berserker, you can get fire from body rune or being a clawbringer, but the only ways to get other bonus elements, with Clawbringer, you can take Indomitable, and you can cover Lightning that way. But your other options are Buffmeister or Spellshot. Spellshot can use Imbued Weapon, so it'll just be the element of your spell. But if you're not a Spellshot, then the only remaining choice is Buffmeister, and I don't want to do that, so. I wasn't paying attention. Oops. Slagenstein. Nice. Been running EXE on Claw with Universal Soldier. Don't really ever have to reload a Flamethrower Hammer. Yeah, Hammer Throw for Universal Soldier is definitely a good time. Honestly, Universal Soldier could work on a setup like this. Just I prefer third for minimizing my downtime. If you went with Berserker here instead of Spore, you could take Zerker Capstone, which will functionally replace your third. You just need to kill things. Also acts as duration. And then you'd get the Enrage for your Cryo bonus element, which would be a whole extra status effect you can do. Zerker does have reload speed and treat. Like, there's a bunch of good multi-class options for that. And yeah, it would open up Universal Soldier as an option. Your Ludite need to have sticky or best without. So the cool thing about stickies versus non-stickies is for boss melts, you definitely want to use sticky. But if you get enough damage, you can kind of still use the impact mode. Oops, that's the wrong mode. You can still kind of use the impact mode in mobbing like this, and it is, as long as you have enough damage to kill that impact, it is faster. Because you don't have to wait for the explosions, they just happen. So, with a very good Ludite and some investment, yeah, you can use it on impact, but they are better on sticky mode. Because stickies get an innate multiplier for how many stickies you've applied. Also, your gun has a faster fire rate in sticky mode. Why are you so tanky? I've got a ton of dark magic from Corrupted Plate Mail. I've got a big heal from Body Rune. Also, I have a Primordial Body Rune with Capacity Roll. And I've actually pumped Constitution. I have max Constitution in hero points, which is not something a lot of builds do. I've opted to go no Dexterity, all Constitution. Thanks, I was missing that. No problem, Dark Inertia. Tried running a Stabospore, ended up super squishy. Would be recommended for better survivability. Corrupted Plate Mail helps a lot. So I'm running an enchantment that really wants me to stay at full health. So I have multiple sources of healing to assist with that. Now sometimes a dot will just murder me like that. But if I can get up... Yeah, that heal, like, you don't spawn at full health when you get out of Save Your Soul. It puts you at a low value. That was just my dark magic that I had applied to those enemies that healed me that much in the standing up animation. You could also run a Fortifying Sigil if you want some healing from that as well. It's 8% of your max health per second as long as you're inside. Thanks, you're welcome, Moonbase Tom. This looks like those early fadeaway Stagecoach builds. Feels exactly like that flight. It's a lot of fun. A couple people said the Rune's best shield in the game. Do you agree? I would probably say if you had to quantify a best one clamp it's Body Rune. It just does so much. It's got a global bonus element, which is really good for just general damage purposes. It does not have a lot of part variance, so it's very easy to get a good one. It can roll with either no augment, capacity, or health. That's it. That's the only variance. So it's not like you're going to get screwed parts-wise on a Body Rune. It's in the World Drop pool, and also the source is very reasonable to farm. You can get it from bunnies. It gives you a big heal on top of that damage increase. That 15% heal when you kill an enemy, very valuable. Also, in some setups, the fact that it has a very slow recharge rate and a long recharge delay can be helpful. Because if you run a mood ring, you get bonuses for your ward not being full. Body Rune spends a lot of time not full. So it just covers a lot of bases. As long as you are killing things, Body Rune is helping you. It's not as situational as like Cursed Wit, where the conditions for maintaining it are a lot more specific. It's just something most builds are already doing. Yeah, that was an easy clear. Between Ricochets and Contagion, that was... So yeah, Laser Hand 6.3 second cooldown. Very nice, but I don't like the charge. I don't want to deal with that.
She's just a girl.
I'll take that.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Yo, Scubix, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the content. Thank you so much for your support. And I hope you get some good use out of the emotes, ad for viewing, all the good stuff. Thank you. A couple of just curious things. Yeah, no problem. I want to confirm, is a Crossbolt now a 1000 plus card damage number? Yes. Yes, it is, Rohit. Crossbolt got a big damage buff. Crossbolt generator. Now, I don't have a fantastic one, so I wasn't able to test like a really good one, but it definitely felt like better. So before the purples, the purple ×4 black powder ARs with crossbow barrel were actually better than the legendary one. Them buffing the crossbow generator corrected that. So now, at the very least, you can just use it as a better version of those, which are good guns. So this build looks very fun. I'm having a great time with it. And there's still flexibility. There's the Clawbringer version, which I really want to investigate. I just need better gear. I need more mag size. Like, if this was Primordial, or if I got a double mag size roll, or if I got more mag size here. Like, if this was shotgun mag size instead of pistol mag size, I could dupe it and then wear 2, then probably justify switching to claw. But the pistol mag size is important for when I'm bossing, because I use Ludites for certain annoying bosses. Also worth noting, I've only been using purple guns. I have a White Rider equipped, but that's just because I got it from Son of a Witch in this featured run. And I was like, yeah, I'll put this in a slot. Volatile Arcane Bolt, sure. Why not? Yeah, look at that. That was so cool. Mucho strong. Annoying bosses. You know the ones I'm talking about. When you get, you know, drill or are doing this featured run, so Son of a Witch, you know, those bosses, I just kind of sticky them. I don't really want to engage with them. I don't want to interact with them. They're not particularly entertaining. Big Quag Hours. Hey, Micro. Hey, Mr. Sherman. Looking for a build with Ricochet's black powder vibe and status effects. You got me? I got you. I got you. I'll show you my graph on past relationships. It has an x-axis and a y-axis. Oh, no. How you doing, Ken? Shot using is doing work. Yeah, kettle drums are sick. What's your double? Triple? Really? Oh no, you're just spawning that. Okay. Fuck you. So I'm gotten that Capetides I wanted. Yeah, I'm now looking for Corrupted Plate Mail with Stabbo primary, Claw secondary, and no Clawbringer skills. So no points in Dragon Aura. That's my goal right now, gear-wise. I also want Poison Element Rain Bolts, because I want to test those out with this. So this Arc Torrent feels pretty good, I must say. So I had this guy for about 30 minutes in lobby 3, we didn't even kill him in the end, just couldn't keep the shield down. It is a pretty substantial single target DPS check. And his behavior can vary slightly, and sometimes he'll just be a dick. Try bullying chumps for a rain bolt? I could do that. I could do that. Ruby Spite, I think is the name of the gun, shoots slow 3 bullets, changes focuses fire faster, you know it makes it change. Killing with it, Platinum Meal. Getting a kill. So, it kind of cements it as a mobbing-only gun, because it's very hard to get that uptime in single target, but you can cruise around mobbing with that gun, and it's quite good at that. I'm still not sure why they toned it down. Didn't really need that, but still a good gun. Be the god roll for an arcane bolt if you wanted spell spam. Cooldown, extra projectile is a crit roll. I would go this combination of parts. Extra projectile, extra charge, and then for the third one, your choice of either crit chance, if you find you need that, or cooldown. So, you know, absolute peak in every slot and perfect skill tree and everything, I'd say go with cooldown. So, it'd be cooldown, projectile, charge on an arcane bolt. Because times 4 is a whole extra chance for its ability to trigger. And extra charge means you can cast your second one, and you'll be making progress towards your first one, if that one crits too, so. Storming Ice Spike with a cooldown part is 12.2 second base. That's a high status effect chance as well. Take that, just in case. Cat. Okay, Cat just jumped in a box. I don't know if he knows how to get out of that box. We'll find out in a few minutes, I guess. Morning, Urban Mac. How you doing? Don't the cooldown parts only lower cooldown by 10% of the base cooldown rate per spell? Yes, but it's very easy to get crit chance on certain class combinations, Aaron. So, it's still more cooldown if you're already always critting. So, like, let's say you're using From the Shadows, or let's say you're a spell shot with points in Spell Sniper. You can already get that to like 100% crit anyway. So at that point, the crit chance wouldn't do anything, whereas the cooldown would. Because the cooldown helps you when you miss. The crit chance only helps you if you hit. Double radius arcane bolt. Sounds funny. Oh, I'm out of inventory already. Shit. Of the 15 days and 34 minutes spent in this game, I found 2 manual transmissions. Seems like the Mew of Wonderlands only comes from Vorkanar. So, now how much of that time you spent finding Vorkanar? Yeah, there's a few items that are only Daddy drops. Manual transmission, donkey, Sorterang come to mind. Extra charge, arcane bolt. I need inventory space. Alright, what am I dropping? I don't need that gluttony. Yeah, I did a bunch of great bow farming, so I have 4 of the elements in Primordial. I still don't have a fucking fire one. Actually, wait, I do. That's on my Clawbringer. I do have all the elements now. Let's go. Every element Primordial used great bow. Now, this was a lot of great bows stuffed onto one save, put on read only, and then I would load in, shoot every great bow in my inventory, and put the Primordial away in my bank if I got any. And then I just kept doing that. So farming for these is actually super easy. You just need any great bows. Oh, and I got this. Primordial Pandemicium. Just to look at the base damage of the effect, 922 base is starting to get to the point where, like, okay, maybe it's not a meme, but it's still, like, it's still eating your armor effect slot, so I still think it's kind of trash. Oh yeah, this gun, this double barrel, it did not work out very well. Maybe I need a different element, different kind of setup. Maybe I need to cave to spell shot for that gun, but meh. It's not LA, I don't need that Ludite. Actually, I should keep that Ludite because I'm doing corrupted plate mail, so non-LA isn't necessarily bad. Picked up my first Rainbow last night. I haven't had a chance to see what it does yet. Is it any good? It applies a guaranteed status effect, and it seems to have a decent enough base damage. So I want to experiment with it. I don't know if it's good or not. That's why I'm trying to get one. Find out. Hey, Mizu-san. I see it's Deputy Day, related to my questions yesterday. No, just kind of coincidental. I was playing, From the Shadows with this gun yesterday, and I was like, might as well build around it more, and just kind of evolved into that. But I'm not doing the Trap Scallion route. I'm not doing Spell Shot. It's a bit more, and I'm leaning into dots. It's a bit different. Now, you could, of course, just do Spell Shot, because LOL Spell Shot. But I'm choosing not to. Morning, Silent. How you doing today? I hear dots? You did. This is also a dot build. Because our Corrupted Plate Mail is applying a lot of dots. And we're using Stabo's dot skills to improve our efficiency there. See, this is the best crossbow generator I've gotten post-update so far. At Volatile, it's almost 1,000 damage with these parts. But that's a ×1, so I don't really care about it. Trickster Ice Spike, 12.6 second cooldown. With cooldown parts, that could be good. Triple Ice Spikes, we know those are good. But 11 second cooldown, only 2 charges. And that's with a cooldown part. I'm not a Spell Shot or a Graveborn. I don't have fantastic cooldown. Hi, Pupty. How are you? Deputy? Yeah, Priz, Deputy. It's... I only put it in the title because clickbait. People have been saying Spell Shot's broken from day one, or intentionally keeping one class, the OP class. It does kind of feel intentional at this point, Rohith. I can't really argue with that logic. Am I doing anything for action skill cooldown? Yes, I'm running a Thurge at the moment, Skovland. So that's why I'm looking for a spell that's somewhat spammable. So whenever my action skill's off, I just cast a bunch of spells to shave off 20% chunks. I do have 10% here from this Shark's Bane, although I don't want this 10%, it's just what I happen to have there. I don't think getting cooldown rolls on rings is optimal here. Am I doing anything else for cooldown? I have 4 points in Bounty of the Hunt, so that's some. And then I just have base attunement, 12%. I'd say in Spell Shot's unambiguously the best class, but there's very little that other classes do that it can't. Yeah, and I hate situations where best is not situational. Like, something I always say about these games is best is subjective and situational, but Spell Shot is a level of power that it's no longer subjective or situational. Spell Shot is just usually the best choice for most things. And that's frustrating. That sort of design choice is, the antithesis of creativity. When your options are divided into this thing or not this thing, and there's not 2 options, there's 6. That kinda presents a question. That question being, why? Mood ring with duration. And pistol crit damage. You know, that's... The melee damage doesn't help, but it's got enough there that maybe I could find a use for it. That's a lot of ricochets. I might die from the start though. Yep. I like the mushroom name. Mine is Don't Shoot. This is clearly a dog. I don't know what you're talking about. Makes an epic shotgun this good. So this one is a ×25 kettle drum with a 3 mag. These could be in an 8 or a 3 mag. 8 mag is obviously more mag but less damage. And these can roll in a few increments of projectiles all the way up to 25. Getting a primordial one of these with these very specific parts is a pipe dream, but I'm still hoping one day. The spread on this with Anarchy is kind of worrying. Literally all you need is a spell shot, a spell damage, or a paradigm spell blade. You don't even need those things, homie data. Like, even without those, it's already got magic bullets, it's got double knot. Like, the class is crazy. It's like they looked at Salvador, Mose, and Zane and were like, those are too reasonable. Salvador too reasonable. Also Mose carrying. We did math in Borderlands 3's life cycle. Mose, in terms of if you're, like, trying to do damage with one shot, one pull of your trigger, Mose does more damage than everyone else combined. Every other Vault Hunter they've ever made. I'm terrified of what the potential of a spell shot involved in that sort of calculation could do. Anarchy makes it so difficult to hit anything. What the hell? Why did I take Anarchy? Why did I do this? Why didn't anyone stop me? I can't hit shit. Hey, Control. Got a DM from Twitch support. They're unhappy with the keyword stuffing in your title? No. Just no. That's the only response. What Spellshot has that those didn't is no obvious center point to the power. It's just generally better. Right. Mose had this, hey, you should probably use splash stuff type thing. Salvador was like, hey, you should probably shoot guns. Spellshot's like, just, I don't know, be good. It's crazy. Right, what I'm saying with those two items, you can do everything every other class can. Yeah, that's true. Chester the bitch. Nice. Keyword stuffing. Bonk. The gauge made your subconscious compelled you. True. I was a gauge player in BL2, by the way. So, that tracks. It does check out. Mo's seemed really cool though. I was looking forward to our playthrough. I like Mo's. The more I played BL3, the more I enjoyed Mo's. I'm still, you know, a diehard flak guy. But Mo's eventually became my, like, second character that I played the most. For a long time, Mo's Amara, it eventually shifted to Mo's. Hey Chester, how you doing? I'm missing with my melee, it's so awkward. Alright man, work's beat me up today, we're getting through it. I'm glad to hear you're coping. I had a bit of a rough start to my day as well, but we're cruising. This build is like therapy, so I'm good. Why worried about accuracy, just use pixie dust. For the memes, do a melee spell shot build without a melee weapon or bayonet equipped. Pain. Why do you do this to me? Most of my BL3 time was spent on Mo's or Mar for sure. There's a necessity for time trials. No one ever pushed my flag GTD time. Sag cry. The juicy 6-month sub. I did not. It doesn't differentiate. Silent. It doesn't actually tell me anything different. I saw you got gifted a sub, but it didn't tell me it was for 6 months. Holy shit. Here, if I check this feed instead... Yeah. In this other feed, it says, gifted a 6-month tier 1 sub to Silent. Thank you, Acro, for doing that. I don't know if Acro is also you, Silent, but whoever Acro is, thank you. That's huge. My friend lost a bet, so I told him to sub me. Oh. Well, you're both awesome. I appreciate it. Who's cooler, Flak or Zero? Easily Flak. Because Flak has more build diversity. That is the only reason. Yeah, Cat. See, Jake agrees. Deceptix and Gar would still run BL3. Yeah, they just speedrun the main game, Aaron. It's not time trial stuff. They just play the speed mod. Most of the time trials players, most, not all, but most are playing this game right now. Let's not forget the splash wasn't required in Mo's. You could just run IB. You could do that too. It wasn't the same power in terms of like one-shot calculations in the metric we're talking about, but in terms of actual gameplay power, Iron Bear was just the most face-rolly shit you could do. So yeah. Playing Black Ops 4 right now, long grind ahead of me. I enjoyed Black Ops 4 Zombies a lot. That's a take that gets you a lot of heat in some circles, but Black Ops 4 Zombies was sick. Dark Matter, Prestige Master, I spent a lot of time playing that. Twister keep third up, because Twister has a very long cooldown, Rohit. It's number of casts that matters, not hits, it's number of casts. How much echo did I have there? What the fuck was that? What happened, bro? Okay. That was a huge echo. Sigma Male Black Ops 4 Zombies enjoyer. You know me, con man. I gotta roll out a base take once in a while. Go for Zombies Fuego for sure. Just a lot of kills for the camos. Yeah, I got Dark Matter in that game before they halved the camo requirements on box-only weapons. Like, they did that a week after I got Dark Matter. I was so fucking heated, dude. Game, you good? Would you consider functioning? I wasn't looking at that. Bullshit. This chat is my witness. I could have killed him before the sandstorm if I had cycled Echo properly. How did Stab Claw setup go without Chemical Agent? Not the way I really wanted it to, because gear. I think the concept for what I was doing there, I need more gear. But this setup could work as a Stab Claw with a different flavor. Hey, Body Rune with Capacity, Volatile. Not as good as what I have, because I have this same thing, but in Primordial. But as I mentioned before, Body Rune, very little part variance. It's very easy to get a good Body Rune. You just do a raid boss every one of your runs, and you just need Primordial and one specific part out of the 3 options it can get. So it's, you know, pretty reasonable. Hey newbie, how you doing? Turned early? No, it can't be my fault, Insane Thing. That's not how video games work. The game screwed me over. It couldn't possibly have been my fault as the player for doing something incorrect. Madge. So with Imbued Weapon and Twister, does Spell Shot do 2 bonus elements? No, it'll pick the primary one. It's the dev's fault. I have a volatile one I like. I'm in no rush to find a better given lack of variance. Yeah, exactly, Gamer Obscura. Like, you could use a body rune that's not even a chaotic one forever, because all that increases is capacity, but that's only relevant on some setups. I like the extra buffer here, because it helps me keep this enchant up a little bit easier in some situations, but for the most part, yeah, you don't really need to refarm these ever. Just get one and you're good. I enjoyed every zombies game mode I ever played, only different side more times with BO2 zombies. I still think BO2 is peak zombies. I think Black Ops 3 zombies, wildly overrated. With the exception of Shadows of Evil, that map was goated. And Black Ops 2 zombies is peak, then BO4 is underrated. Those are my zombies takes. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? Extremely hot take, BO2 is my least favorite. Everyone's got their favorites. Nothing wrong with that. Like, I have some hot zombies takes too, Micro. I think, Der Eisendrache is just kind of a shit map. And that's not a popular opinion. Hot zombies? Respectfully, Pupty. Remember to be respectful of the attractive zombies. BO2 had 3 maps worth returning to IMO, and Origins on BO3, so just play it there. Origins is slightly mechanically different between the games, but yeah, that's fair. I thought Transit was fucking ahead of its time. Transit just happened too soon. That's its only crime. Double cooldown on Empowering Sigil. Yes. Volatile buff? Yeah, we're not talking about that. This is a high damage magic barrage. 26% crit chance? It's kind of scary. Best part of BO3 Zombies is the voice acting. True. Hiding Wonderland zombies have this very uncharacteristic trait of, well, hiding. Yeah, they do. It's quite annoying. Hey, Vari, how you doing? Like the simpler maps, World of War, etc.? No, I like, pushing boundaries of, like... I like non-formulaic stuff, I suppose I should say. Black Ops 3 was extremely formulaic with the zombies maps in the DLC season. So, like, that season was just, hey, what if we did Origins, but it looked different? Whereas Black Ops 2 was like, hey, what if we put a bus, and then what if, fucking bong rip in there somewhere, what if there was just things out there in the fog we have to put for, you know, tactical purposes to cover loading, but like, what if there was just things that just lashed onto your face? What if there was a lightning monster? And what if there was a bank? And like, Transit, they were on some shit. But it was creative. Meanwhile, Black Ops 3 is like, hey, what can we remake, and how can we make it Origins? Now, Black Ops 4's DLC season was also like, hey, what can we remake? But that was only half the season. Hope they address the loot stacking for bunnies. It's such a pain in the ass. It is very annoying. Certain bosses do it too. Nightmare loot pile does that. Definitely don't like that.
Enter if you dare.
How you doing, soccer chick?
But seriously, you should dare.
3 out of 4 chaos maps are top 10 maps. Yeah. 9 is exceptional. Ancient Evil is, you know, the Origins formula, but I'll forgive it because it's cool. I love Dead of the Night. I'm not a fan of Voyage. I think Voyage is kind of mid. Dead Knight's in my top 5. Based. Based Zombies Enjoyer. I used to, just go in random lobbies and do the Dead of the Night Easter egg with people. Like, I would just, you know, matchmake and teach people the Easter egg because I enjoyed doing it. I managed to get a max difficulty round 6 solo Easter egg clear on that map. Because I just enjoyed challenge runs of the Easter egg. Granted, that game wasn't very difficult, but still enjoyable. Moon? Moon was cool. Lose my ever-loving mind. I thought you already lost it, though. Moon overrated? It depends on which Moon you're talking about. Black Ops 1 Moon? Kinda mid. Black Ops 3 Moon? They fixed some shit. Like, I don't love the fact that people love Zombies Chronicles so much because it's just creatively bankrupt. But with Shangri-La and Moon, they did change enough mechanics that they modernized the maps a bit. That was cool. I won? Did I win the game? You did. You did. Congrats. Everyone congratulate Soccer Chick for winning. Chaos died so Rick Toffin could come back for the 27th time. Don't remind me. Sharksbane. Pistol reload speed's nice. But the rest of it, eh. Anyway, yeah, I like, or I used to like COD Zombies. They started losing me with Cold War, and then the whole Activision stuff happened, and coincidentally Vanguard was also just shit, so kind of fell out of touch with it over time. But I'm also realizing just how much I like this build. I might have to actually edit a video just so I can recommend this setup to more people. So I've seen a lot of people who were skeptical of this multi-class combo. There's not a lot of people playing Mist Dancer out there. And considering the alt spec for this, when you have better gear, is Claw Stalker, which is the other underrated class combo. I think it bears some coverage. Is Anima supposed to do quite a lot of damage? I mean, it's supposed to do an amount of damage. An idea how to delete saves without fucking up a save number? Delete it? I don't know what you mean by fucking up a save number. I have not done any save tomfoolery. I got my new PC parts, the offered edit for you still on the table. Might take you up on that one day, Micro, maybe. I just don't like editing. This is Beanie playing Spore, great choice. How you doing, Don? How'd you feel about BO4 Zombies? I liked it. I did too, Losa. I did too. I thought that the perk system in BO4 was a massive improvement, and then they just took all of those steps backwards in Cold War. Love that you're playing Flak again. Me too, honestly. It feels good. Thought, man, all zombies must be like that. Boy, was I disappointed. Animal lightning bolts seem to do quite a lot of work. Yeah, the animal was not counting as an assault rifle before the hotfix, and they corrected that issue, so it should be getting a lot of damage bonuses that it wasn't before. They also gave it a small buff, I think. Or maybe they just corrected this scaling thing. I don't remember. Donkey change looks interesting. Apparently people are still kind of dissatisfied with the donkey, but I think it might be one of those things you have to build around and accept that it's not going to be, like, top tier, but it can still be fun. Like, donkey has a huge mag size. The saw blades don't last for long, but if you get enough fire rate and enough mag size, you can apply a lot of them. You could stack up to that cap of saw blade damage bonus very quickly. Saw blades are good against raid boss weak spots. And since the donkey is poison and I think is splash, it's got a decent formula to double dip into spore fuse. I still have ideas for how I would attempt to make the donkey work. I haven't tried them, so I don't know how it will go, but those are my ideas right now. I can imagine donkey has a huge mag size as you missing. Hey Danny Dead, how you doing? I wonder if the animal items could prop both the angles. Thanks for testing. You want to build real quick after the run? Absolutely. Oh, I got greedy. Pistol's that? This is a Ludite of Ari. My poisoned one is primordial. I got very lucky. But my fire one is only chaotic. A ×3 crossbow barrel torque sticky. See, all those dots were just from me firing one shot. That's a lot of healing. Just if there's a bunch of enemies on the field. And it builds a lot of echo as well. Corrupted plate mail is so sick. with Stabo stuff. You don't need the TNT bonus damage part. That is part of what you get with a sticky. It's included. Move face. Amped message is funny. I don't think I've ever amped the message. I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Is it just a giant glowing fish carrying? Thanks, didn't realize. Yeah, no problem. Torg's sticky benefits don't show if your gun's enchanted. It's kind of annoying. Okay, so build. We are Stabo Spore Warden. Now, this Spore Warden tree is actually kind of second choice currently, based on goals for this build. The end goal is once I get some gear that allows me to drop the mag size here, to go Stabo Claw. And I'd go Claw down to Awe and Indomitable, and then probably Stabo down to a point in Alchemical. I wouldn't cap out either tree in that instance. But that's the end goal. But currently, because I need this mag size from Quiver of Holding for my single target damage, I'm going with Spore Warden. Now, we go down to Contagion, because this helps spread dark magic dots from our Corrupted Plate Mail, which is really good for keeping our Ward enchantment up and for general survivability and damage. Exploit their weakness is the same damage category as Wrath of Nature, but just much more single target friendly and easier to apply. That's another reason why swapping off Spore will be fine. Potent Poisons helps out the Plate Mail a lot as well. We don't take Arsenal because in terms of value per point, it's pretty low. 3% in each of these stats per point. The melee damage doesn't do anything for me here. The spell damage doesn't do anything for me here. So it's 3% gun damage for a skill point. So that's why I opted to go with Swift Death and Haste instead. Yeah, over in the Spore Tree, we max out Eagle Eye for gun damage. We max out Affinity to boost Play the Angles. Quiver of Holding is the entire reason we're here, really. We do get Medicinal Mushroom as well to enhance the flak vibes. Then we take Windrunner for really, really nice fire rate and movement speed. And then we go back up to Bounty of the Hunt to unlock this tier, put one more point there, and then max out this tier to get to Capstone. Hero points wise, we max out Strength and Constitution for crit damage and ward capacity. Yes, I've maxed out Constitution for ward capacity. This is so that I have more buffer before I lose my ward enchant, which requires me to be at full HP. And then the remainder of the points are in spell cooldown. In terms of gear, Corrupted Plate Mail is the big thing here. I eventually want a Stabo primary, Claw secondary, because that rolls the Stabo dot skills. But currently I just have this one. I'm not a spell shot, so these points and magic bullets do nothing for me. And in terms of the Stabo skills, like these also are very minimal. So this is basically just the first Stabo Corrupted Plate Mail I found, Stabo primary. We want Stabo primary because Stabo class power increases our From the Shadows duration, which is where most of our damage is. So that's why we want that. Running a Thurge with Stabo power, dark magic damage. Gun reload speed's convenient. Gun mag size is very nice here for our stickies. But a Thurge minimizes our downtime. We're running an Arc Torrent we found on stream today just because 3 charges, 8.8-second cooldown. You can get better parts than this thing for sure. But this is just for quick third spam. Got 2 Shark Spans. This one is just the first one with cooldown and duration that I decided to use. It's gun damage, not chaotic or anything. Like, this is the first thing I'm going to replace after I deal with the armor situation. This one is good. Honestly, maybe I dupe this one and just run 2 of those. Maybe. But Shark Spans are great for damage. And we got an Amp Echo Twin Soul, so that when we do a melee hit, we not only deliver Echo, which will be great because ricochets and plate mail dots, but we also make our next 3 shots much stronger, and Amp effects will boost the dots applied by your guns because it boosts the base. I haven't used this White Rider yet, but it's there in case I need a more conventional gun. He says about the White Rider. 2 flavors of Ludite for bossing, and a Kettle Drum. Kettle Drum's the main weapon here. And these each have the Stabomancer enchant that extends from the shadows when you reload. Now this does fall off pretty fast, diminishing returns wise. But it's like, think of it like you're getting about an extra 6 seconds out of this, which is not bad considering the base is, 8-second duration before class power. So, it's nice. You sent a Red Hellion with this build. I have not yet. I have not. That's what I was hoping it would be, but not. It turns into a rotted plutonium looking thing, similar to the thing Homer drops on the floor during the Simpsons intro. That's amazing. Simpsons build incoming. It's an okay slip and stone. I'll take that. Calamity armor. How long is a brief period? Has anyone made it work? I don't know how long a brief period is specifically. Usually when they use that terminology, it's somewhere between 6 and 12 seconds. Based on other effects they've used that terminology. But yeah, it's a good effect. More of a mobbing thing. And that's awkward because mobbing in this game is generally where you need less power than bossing. But Calamity can absolutely work. Hey Kirk, how you doing? Imbued weapon sounds good on paper. Is it good in practice? It is. It is. How do enchants similar wording stack? Example, ASA increased frost damage. Several of those stack confused there. So if you have the same enchant in multiple slots, it does not stack. You can have different enchants with the same trigger conditions, and those will like work independently of each other. But let's say I had ASA Dark Magic on all my slots, I only get the effect of 1. But I can have ASA Dark Magic and ASA Elemental, and those will both work for me. Yo, Bandcamp, thank you so much for the tier 1, for the 5 months with the 4 streak. I appreciate it. At the office, got a lyric, hope you have a great stream. Thank you, I appreciate it. Stop giving me Buffmeisters. I don't want it. You also notice inconsistent stab of burr speed damage stacks. I've not paid enough attention to that, honestly.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
There it goes.
At the office, so I got a lurk. Hope you have a great stream.
Thank you again, Boosted Bandcamp. I appreciate it. Would Blazing and Stoking work together? They're ASA fire, but with different amounts and durations. If they're different enchantments, Insane Thing, they will work together. All that matters is that they're not the same exact thing. I don't know which one is Blazing, which one's Stoking off the top of my head. But as long as they're not the exact same one, they will work together. Can enchant the anima? Correct. Doing horrible, haven't eaten 17 hours and I'm ill, no doctors are open for my schedule tomorrow morning. Oh, hopefully you can get the care you need for that, Crook. That sounds scary. I hope you feel better. Or at least it doesn't get worse. Preferably both. not a great haul this run. Going over to max. Yeah, I don't really have anything to reroll right now, Daniel, that I care to reroll anyway. I guess I could put something on that Storming Ice Spike, but that's more just a placeholder. I don't plan on actually using that. Same with this Arcane Bolt, just to remind me that Arcane Bolt exists. I kind of trick myself sometimes with items like that. I'm like, hey, put this here so you remember. I don't really have anything I want to... That's that Perceiver, but I don't really care enough about the Perceiver. I could open my bank and look for stuff I want to reroll from there, but that would involve opening my bank and looking for stuff I want to reroll from there. I don't want to do that. Nice, have a great rest of your day. Yeah, I'll do my best. Hey Viper, how you doing? Still throwing guns or actually shooting them now? Actually shooting them now. Actually shooting. And it's fun. It's a lot of fun. To be honest, I don't remember exact values off the top of my head. I think something like 40% for 10 seconds, 20% for 20 seconds. Yeah, those will work together though. They're different in chance. Now, you don't necessarily want to put all your eggs in one basket. In some situations, it's fine, but those will work together. Actually shooting wild, you've changed. It's okay. It's a flak gun build, Viper. Cleaning the bank, buying more bank SDUs. I have max SDUs, though. Good morning, Harry. How you doing? How's the morning treating you? It's okay so far. It's okay. Been a rough start to my day, but feeling better already. Having a good time with this build. We're having fun conversations as always. With fire, things must burn. Panic every time I see max moon orbs how much I need to reroll. Yeah, I just kind of compartmentalize save to save. I do enough Chaos Chamber that I cap out often anyway, and I just can't be bothered to deal with it every time. Too much of a low effort gamer. Most chat amulet so far. You could do a Blaze of Glory save your soul setup where you just self down to get that fire bonus element on your gun and then just sit there as a berserker. It's an option. wasn't paying attention to Butt Stallion. My bad. I let myself go down. I let Butt Stallion down. I let Dog down. Tragedy of a room. I'm on the Overwatch copium, so I'm playing the first, because there's no beta for a console. Yeah, I heard Overwatch 2, a beta is a thing. Does Stab or Reload and Chant feel better than Berserker Capstone? No. Well, the Berserker Capstone requires you to kill something, but it does not have diminishing returns, so as long as you can keep killing, you can use Berserker Capstone to chain Stabbo from the shadows for an entire run. Berserker Capstone also helps you get your cooldown back, so it is just really nice for upkeeping this action skill. But I want other things from other skill trees, so that's why I'm not doing the Berserker thing. Berserker would work well in this setup for sure, though. There's a shout for all of the multi-classes on this kind of build, to be honest. Like, Spell Shot, you got that crazy, dumb Spell Shot damage. Like, Magic Bullets enhancing dots is really, really dumb. You also could get Imbued Weapon for another bonus element. You could do Clawbringer, which is what I want to do eventually. Doing Spore Warden right now. Berserker would have the capstone for good from the Shadow synergy, also just good damage formula. And the cryo bonus element. Graveborn would have more dark magic damage and efficiency, but honestly I think it'd be worse at the setup than Clawbringer. I suppose Graveborn you would have Sanguine Sacrament. To help keep enchant uptime and just general survivability. But I think Graveborn would be the weakest second class for this. Hey Gio, how you doing? Built around Zerker Capstone yet? Yeah, several times. It's one of the first things I mess with in this game, I should say. You're being very aggressive right now. There we go. Times 16, times 25. Times 25 black powder. That was a killer question. How far short into Stabotry are you? 2 in Contagion, Viper. I want to get a Stabbo Claw Corrupted Plate Mail so that I can get 6 out of 3 exploit their weakness, and then 7 out of 5 potent poisons. And I probably switch to 3 out of 3 Contagion. Shark's Bane. Ooh haha. Pistol reload speed. I'll take that. Times 25, never seen more than 16 1 wins. Yeah, you can get the same denominations as in BL3. You can get, it's like 9, 12, 16, 21, 25 for kettle drums, I think. Take Contagion for the extra dot damage or the spread. It's not extra dot damage, it's more just for the spread. Coverage, healing. The new status damage is less than the old one, so it's not a damage increase. What it is extra stacking of exploit their weakness up to that cap sooner, and also just more coverage on various enemies, which helps me get more dark magic, helps me heal, and in From the Shadows, that could be good mobbing damage as well. Bitch. I'm trying to ping you because I can't see you. Where'd you go? You weren't aggro. Thoughts on the Hawken? It's okay. No strong opinions. It's kind of okay. When I was spell shot and my Hextra Twister build work out, kind of exactly what you expect. You just twisters everywhere. I did that pretty early on. Pretty self-explanatory. With spell radius, you can get twisters to cover a wide area. And of course, you can sever the thread to bypass twisters having a bit of a lengthy cooldown. Or you just get multi-charge twisters and stagger them. This guy, do you just need a powerful spell lightning? This boss my least favorite fight. So what I would recommend for this guy is there's a couple things you could do to minimize his bullshit. Sigil spells, such as this one. His skull attack is blocked by sigils, so that helps you quite a bit. I'd recommend pinging the bird if you need to kill it. It'll make it easier to see. Using Torg stickies is something pretty much all builds can do to overcome single target DPS checks. Having the appropriate elements helps. I don't have a particularly good shock element one, kind of bad, so I'm just using my Primordial because it's higher base, and because I'm converting some of it to corrupt plate mail. But Luddites are really good for that. Body rockers, which are the Torg shotguns, are really good for that. I've heard that for whatever reason, the tracker darts on the auto magic one-shot the bird. I've never tested or seen that, but it's something that I've seen reported, so. Haven't got the Twister to perform at all. Knocks things over, deals like 2 pellets worth of damage. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with that one. Yeah, I don't know. Twister just kind of hits hard on regular enemies for me. Last time I used it. I don't know what the difference could be. I found that. I saw a couple other people reporting that, but yeah. Not confirmed myself, just repeating what I've heard. I was a fan of Twister, sucked with it. Twister's cool to me. I don't know. Maybe it's the part of my brain that loves seeing lots of projectiles. It probably is. But just... You could get an extra projectile on the Twister as well to make it times 17. I wouldn't ever go for that, but it's funny. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How you doing? Beat Wonderlands yesterday. Excited to finally watch some of my favorite streamers again. Hey, what'd you think? Did you enjoy the story? The most recent hotfix, who's the most improved? What do you mean, who's the most improved? They didn't do any character changes in this hotfix. The Eternal Dragon must have spread from there. Also, K6 and pass the shout. Okay. Rainbolt. I want a poison one. Discount is repeating? Rainbolt can get different deliveries? Huh. That's the spell I'm going for, but like nothing about it was what I wanted. Got a rainbow that wasn't repeating. I'm pretty sure I got a channeling one, Melanin. Like, my memory could be completely failing, but I'm pretty sure I got a channeling one. Berserker Graveborn seemed really strong. I love that class combo. It's so tanky. Will that just be a raindrop? You're not wrong. Remember, if you shoot the Aegis and fight for your life, you don't go out of it. There's an accidental delete button. Oh, with the auto magic darts? Okay. That's good to know. I think I have a Rainbolt in my bank, but I really don't want to wait for that. I don't like opening my bank this update. Like, it's nice to see the icons, but I'm so impatient. I have no attention span. I can't handle waiting. Goes away. The claw armor's away. I'm over 500 again. I cleaned out my bank. Why is this happening? How could this happen to me? Funny how a character is all about death and tries to kill itself translates to being one of the tankiest skill trees. I guess it's like, the only one who's gonna kill me is me type energy. And it can't even do that. Reaper of Bones and Dire Sacrifice will never actually kill you. They'll get close, they'll never actually kill you. Oh, you died. I just picked up 2 things I didn't want. Please, the priority on those orbs. Please. Where are the other skulls on this map? I need to learn this feature. I only know the one. Look around real quick. See, this purple glow makes me think there's one here, but there isn't. Which does most auto pick up? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I just don't know this map. To fix some chance stacking, I'm getting tired of taking off my equipment every time I want to do a side quest. With the overworld thing, I have no idea. No idea. If you get the shotgun, bunny or vendor, bunny. I get like everything good I ever get from a bunny. It's craziness. Ow. Sir? Auto pickup, but I love getting Magic Breach and Frostbite and trying to pick up a fire mode amongst piles of ammo. Dude, it's beautiful, isn't it? 3 Cyclops and a Wyvern bouncing you around when you're trying to complete the Killed and Glowy Circle side objective is just maddening. It's not my favorite thing, Jester. There's a couple objectives that I just don't bother with. That being one of them. Love watching shotgun yeets. It is entertaining. Part of me still wishes it was a unique weapon thing rather than like every shotgun with high pellets doing this. Because sometimes sending an enemy to the moon when you want to kill them is inconvenient. Man, those crabs do so much damage now. Ugh. I'm sorry, Bud Stallion. I thought I had more time there. I was paying attention. I just underestimated the crab damage. Thought I had time to hit that quartz. I did not. Remind me of Demon Souls Storm Ruler. Make Echo sing. Echo's so good in this setup. To be fair, I want to be inconveniently sent to the moon. With or without a spacesuit. Oh yeah, another thing you can do with this setup is you can be toxic and shoot bodies, because bodies still have hitboxes that let you ricochet. Entertain the idea of a shotgun whose pellet ricochet off the ground straight up. Yeah. Surprise me. The moon do be made out of cheese, he's right. If it's so cheesy, then why can't I fondue it? If the moon is made of cheese, fondue it for me right now. You won't, coward. Escape. Decent parts. More of a found don't man? Ah. Understandable. Just fondue it. I thought it, Samantha. I'm glad we're on the same page. Stop bouncing me around. Hey Scroll, how you doing? Mr. Adblock, good to see you. Dead bodies bounce, play the angles, black powder crits, or both? Both. So how good is Contagion? Do we know everything about it? Are we still testing? Some testing's still ongoing. Oh, I should have checked that armor. Oh well. Hope it wasn't a plate mail. There's still some testing ongoing, but Contagion with a plate mail does give me more coverage with my dots, because what can happen here is I can get a black powder ricochet off of the first enemy, which I apply a dark magic status effect to. Then the ricochet hits the second enemy, applies to them. Now both of those can then spread contagion to 2 other enemies. And that black powder ricochet can then play the angles up to twice, which is, you know, more potential enemies. So what can happen, since I'm hitting so many enemies, with so many individual projectiles, my chances of spreading dots to just everybody on the map are pretty solid. And since I'm usually in from the shadows, all those dots are critting. Even a weak dot, critting is some amount of progress. And applying dots to more enemies means more coverage of exploit their weakness, and it means if the dark magic dot is the one that's spreading, it means healing to keep my my ward enchant. I'm using the full health damage enchant. Like watching this build a lot? Hey, I'm glad. Why does that ignore elevation? Why does it hit that far? I jumped directly into that. Awkward. Yeah, I made one mistake and it snowballed. Oh well. Can get around to tweaking my build last night. Oh no, too busy. Are there any C20 blank saves on the community saves page? Yeah, there should be, Rohith. There should be. Take 2. Let me not get hit. Oh, I got hit in the same exact way again. Literal professional gamer, by the way. There we go. Tempting Claw, Stabbo, Fire Shock, or to build any gun recommendations. Crossblade. And also Crossblade. You could do Livewire as well. There's also Crossblade. And special shout out to the Crossblade. There's another one you might not have heard of. It's called the Crossblade. For dot build, you can run the Blazing Volley. What's the base damage? What's the dot damage on a Blazing Volley? Livewire and what? Crossblade. Yeah. Also the Crossblade. Well, that was 670? That's kind of terrible. Like... it's lower than spells, which are not good dot deliveries. This Chaotic Ludite is higher, with more hit count, better fire rate. The White Rider. You can do the White Rider. Primordial White Rider. Listen, Big Dumb Donkey still doesn't do it great. It seems okay. Also, it's 23% chance. High chance is definitely a selling point of that, though. Loki Legend. Yeah, that's a good... it's a good shout. Great bows also have a high dot chance with a good value. I like these for dot shenanigans. These also play very well with Amp, and Amp is great for dot builds. You could use great bows. Does Donkey use melee damage? Not to my knowledge. When I first chanced across your stream, I was like, is that Sonic Fox under a different name? What do you mean? Hey, Blazing Volley. 638 on a volatile, 23% chance. How does this gun even shoot again? I do not like that at all. Like, after a while, it's tolerable. But I have ammo regen. If I didn't have ammo regen... not for me. Not for me. Meanwhile, the Chad White Rider. The Chad White Rider. Worse over Rider and Livewire. It doesn't make it bad. It's just awkward. That's the thing with the volley. It's just awkward. Honestly, I think most of my complaints about the gun could be solved by lowering the burst delay. And then I think it'd feel a lot better. Like, if it was full auto, I'd probably use that gun a lot more. But it's got a weird burst, the projectiles have a slow travel time. I suppose the volley is justifiable that it ricochets will play the angles, presumably. Whereas White Rider doesn't. But White Rider has built-in dual beam, so, like, never mind. Mr. Adblock giving us up the Nightbot, thank you. How's build going? It's going well, Drellcell. It's going very well, honestly. Having a good time with this. You're not the only person I've seen not collect all the crystals before leaving the room. The question is, you automatically collect all drop crystals and you enter the portal? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. That insane, I win every versus fighting game tournament guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard the name. No, sounds familiar. That's still the raid command, huh? I forgot about that. Hey, Etrigan.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Alerts are very behind today. Makes it so much easier. Yeah, changes your life. Felt weird not going home and playing Chambers. My life has been wake up, Chaos Chambers. Pretty much it. Spells Bunny's not being very kind to us today. Maybe we, let's do Armor Bunnies on the next run. Not having a lot of luck right now. Yeah, fuck you too, game. Move my command? What do you mean? Crossplays always roll 2? Yes. Yes, they do. Didn't pick up Blazing Calamity, that hurts me. I live to hurt you, Viper. Hey, Swin, how you doing? I guess I could still put a chance on that, but I do want a better one. It's good, but could be better. The perfectionist in me won't allow me to settle. I guess I'll put a chance on the non-Ellie one. Where is Uranus Pasta? Not in the command right now. It's in the Pasta doc. Honestly, that's not a bad enchant to have on the volley now that I think about it. Maybe that stays. Maybe that stays. Roll this. Childronic Body Rune. The Church of Body Rune. I'm trying to waste Moon Orbs right now, and I just don't have anything to roll on this save, really. I guess this Empowering Sigil. Go for something good on that. Double cooldown. Okay, now we're good. It's cooking on the pot with all the other pastas. Crossblade proc play the angles? It does not, Pericles. Does not. Can't complain. How about yourself? Doing okay. Doing okay. Every day I bet you get 5-10 more mules. I deleted a couple more this morning so that certain characters would be on my first page. But then I had to make more. So it's just a never-ending loop. Look to the rolls double amp naturally, full battery. Full battery has low uptime on its amp scroll. I'd honestly use a purple. If you're gonna use an amp ward, I'd recommend either Dusas or a purple. No others. Full battery has a low recharge rate. Deuces is cracked? Yeah. I get a triple and purple or an enchanted Deuces. We should get enchanted. Yeah, I don't know the logic behind making some items enchantable and some not. It wouldn't be game breaking on any of them if they could be enchanted. At least with the guns, it's not super impactful if you don't get an enchant. Because gun enchant slot, unless you're a Spore Warden using Barrage, is just kind of less important. I'd say Ward has the most impactful enchantment slots, so unfortunately, Dusa, you are losing out on a big slot. Triple and purple's mid, got one weak one, its gun damage isn't too impressive. No, it's amped micro. It's still amped the way amp has always worked. It's still a fresh mold. Still goated. And the big appeal of triple amp is it drains the least. So different denominations of amp will drain different amounts. So Dusa's, for example, drains 25% because it's a unique and it just does that. But a triple amp drains 20. And that sometimes matters, especially if you're doing mage armor stuff. It's exclamation point damage Viper. So like 1 amp part drains 30, 2 drains 25, 3 drains 20. So not only does the damage increase, but the amount of ward you lose decreases. Which slot does the Barrage Enchant appear on? There's one for reloading, gives you an extra charge. That's on the ward. And then there's one for the Poison Explosion. That's on the gun. Someone also told me amp works for dots. Pretty damn huge if you want to do dots. Yeah, so the way amp works for dots is an amped shot, the dot resulting from that shot gets bigger. And gun damage does not do that. Now, bullet damage does, which means spell shot is crazy for gun dot builds as well, because of course spell shot does fucking everything. But regular gun damage does not boost dots, which is why I don't take Arsenal here. Smart armor. Yeah, sure. Hey, Atris. Just got C35 and Powering Sigil carried me there. Sigils are sick. Fucking Evil Eye crabs. Holy shit. Confirm whenever I need Spore Fuse, I'm doing another character. 10 minutes of nothing on Spore and first try another character. It does that to me too, J-Games. On my, I got a good Sawmill the other day. And a ×4 Poison one. And, like, second enchant, I was on my Graveborn. Second enchant roll, I got Spore Fuse. I was like, oh, okay. But as soon as I go for it on an actual Spore Warden trying to get that enchant, it's like, which one did you mean? Did you mean spellcast melee damage? Like, no, I didn't. Now the primordial hunt begins. Do be like that. Volatile bad egg. Delay nerfs the bad egg though. Why? I haven't gotten a roid bad egg in a while. I want one. Triple roid scaling makes no sense. Don't know why they decided to make that one diminishing value. What's right at 3, Loki Legend? Is it not 180? Rampage. Gross. I actually found times 3. 1 is 20, 2 is 30, so I assume 3 is 35, 40, unless math's really fucky. I suppose 180 would be a lot in this game. I think I was having BL3 brain there. How does calculation work for amp tilt and amp on shields? So they are both separate multipliers of the gun formula. If you have amp on a ward, it's just a fresh multiplier. If you have amp on a hilt, that is also a separate multiplier. They are not together. So, if you have 100% amp here, that's just an extra mult. And then it doesn't even care that you have 50% over here. Yeah, it's hugely impactful. Amp is big. Slept on mechanic? Yeah. Pincushion or the Echo Effect work with Hammer and Anvil? No to both. Pincushion also just kind of sucks. Congrats on the sex? Question mark? What'd I miss? I zoned out. Did you boost Quiver about Snelling? You did. I was like, why do I have an 11 mag Ludite? That was weird. Pincushion is also kind of pointless. Yeah, it's just kind of bad. Slept on mechanic. Ah, right. I get it now. How can you see me? You're a liar. desperately need to farm for sigils. They're so good. I love sigils. Fortifying and empowering are my favorites. I haven't used vigilant ones much, but I might change that at some point. Rebuking ones I don't use much either. But I do have some good ones. Fortifying and empowering sigils are really good. That's not bad. The passives are kind of shit, but Stabo Power Primary, Corrupted Plate Mail, 2 in Haste, 3 in Swift Death is not bad. It's not bad. I'll take it. Volatile Harbinger with Mag Size. Ooh. Yes. Good stuff. Armor Buddy. Now we cry. Rebuke could be good for melee drag over closer. True. Very true. Calamity's kind of trying, but meh. Okay, this is the skill combo of the class combo I want on a plate mail. Stabo Claw rolls Potent Poisons, Dragon Aura, and Exploit their weakness. I want as many in Exploit as possible. So 3 that, and then 2 Potent Poisons would be ideal on a Stabo Claw Corrupted Plate Mail. That's the dream. Primordial Amnesia. With nothing good about it other than Primordial. That's awkward. Where to find all your builds? I don't really have them uploaded or anything. I'm probably going to change that soon, but I do have a YouTube channel I don't upload to, and one I do upload to. We have a VODs channel. And the titles are usually indicative of what I was doing that stream. Thank you, Kyler. This is trying. Hey Stomp, how you doing? Tell me how this build works. Looks like a lot of fun. Absolutely. Let me finish screaming into this bunny-shaped void, and then I'll go over the spec. Okay. So we are running a ×25 kettle drum, and this is great for a few reasons. Black powder ricochets on crits. A lot of projectiles. We're in From the Shadows, so we spam a ton of hits at a ton of enemies. Also, it's got good base damage, got an inbuilt crit mult, and then it's got the black powder crit mult, which does lots of good things. This enchantment gives us a little bit more uptime on From the Shadows, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. You could just go damage instead, especially if you have a lot of Stabo power on your gear. So we're using that. Keep in mind with the kettle drum is that it's non-elemental. We're using a Corrupted Plate Mail to convert 30% of that to Dark Magic. Now that 30%, of course, will now get Elemental boost and Dark Magic boost. So we run Dark Magic ASA there, and Elemental ASA there. And we also have Dark Magic boost from Myth Rank. And then we take advantage of the fact that this applies dots and increases our Dark Magic efficiency while we're at it. And we apply a bunch of dots, and we have dot boosts here with Potent Poisons. We do more damage to enemies with dots on them from Exploit their weakness. We spread dots with Contagion. And we're using this enchant while health is full, gain 25% gun damage and 25% critical hit damage. Now, those boosts are not gun damage and not critical hit damage. They are conditional damage applied to guns and critical hits. which matters formula-wise. Basically, this enchant is really, really strong formula-wise, like really good. But it's only while your health is full. So we're using the effect of the body rune, we're using a lot of shield capacity. I've even pumped Constitution in my hero points for more shields, for more wards, excuse me. So we're using the combined healing of the Dark Magic Element and body rune with a lot of ward buffer. You can't see my cam's covering right now, but I have 85% more max ward from Constitution at the moment. So we're doing all that stuff together. Using a Thurge with a short cooldown Arc Torrent to minimize our downtime out of From the Shadows. And then we're just running around shooting things ricocheting with the Black Powder Shotgun. We switch to stickies for single target bosses, but for the most part, we just Black Powder everything. And you can get pretty cool chains of effects if you get a Black Powder Ricochet into a Play the Angles, into another Play the Angles. That's just progressively increasing damage. And additionally, all of those hits, because there's so many projectiles, will be spreading dots through Contagion, applying them through Corrupted Plate Mail, and Body Rune bonus elements. Anything we hit with our Play the Angles Ricochet gets further debuffed by Wrath of Nature. And it's a very fun run and gun playstyle. Currently, I'm looking out for different spells I can use to have Thurge uptime, but also spells that I maybe want to cast during From the Shadows. I'm looking for a Rain Bolt, a Poison Rain Bolt for that. I'm also looking out for, obviously I want this in Primordial, because I want all these stats to be higher. I want a Corrupted Plate Mail with Stabbo Primary, Claw Secondary for the ideal skill rolls I can get. And then this ring kind of sucks, honestly. The only good thing about it is that it's a gun damage Sharkbane. I'd want more shotgun crit if I can get it. And maybe another mag size roll. C35 kill build diversity. Yeah, if you're terrible at using anything other than Buffmeister and Pixies. I know you're quoting, not a spee, but the crazy amount of copium I see from people who just do not understand that they are living in an unpleasable state of being is crazy. Build diversity exists, just get more informed on what different items do. It's not even get good. I'm not good at video games. You guys are better at video games than I am. I just play a lot. C35? Yes, C35 intense difficulty. See the 35 at the bottom, and intense. Where's that quartz? It's over here, right? No, it's behind that building over there. Terrible memory. You're modest? I just like to be precise about that kind of thing. I'm not good at video games. There's people who play this same game, people here in the chat, as part of my community, who are more gifted in terms of mechanics in games than I am. I have no illusions about that. I'm maybe slightly above average, but in terms of people who do the exact thing I do, content creation for this game, no, I'm not one of the more skilled gamers. That's just reality. But I'm okay with that, because I put in a lot of time to the theory side of things. I try to make up for that by understanding the game better. And it's worked out well for me so far. And that is a more important thing to do as a build crafter. And luckily, that is not an innate talent thing. That is a learnable and teachable skill. So you guys can do everything I do. Only reason I'm able to do it is because playtime. That's all. I'm good at explaining things, and I put in a lot of time. That's all it is. In terms of a lot of time, unfortunately, time pause. Sorry for the flashbang. I have 20 days and 6 hours played on this game. 20 days and 6 hours. Long till he caves the save editor. I have no plans to, Silent. I have no plans to do so. Watch someone claim that C35 nerfed their builds that continue to one-shot raid bosses. Well, that's what the kids call a skill issue. Or cognitive dissonance. Whichever. Depends on which angle you look at it from.
Been a while since I had your emote lol.
Wolf Booty, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate it. And I hope you continue to enjoy the emotes. I'm glad you like them. I've been thinking about commissioning a couple new emotes. It's just, I'm so indecisive with what to rotate out for new things. Diamond Gauntlets. Not good skills. You have 49 days. 49 days in the game that has not been out for 49 days. That's impressive. The game that has been out for 35 days. Like your content's way more interactive than just PPU. Hey, I'm glad you think so, Silent. That does mean a lot. I try to make it instructional, but in like an enjoyable way, not in like a I have a stick up my ass and I know more than people kind of way. Because that's a thing that a lot of people in various games I've seen over the years who do, like, the worst kind of knowledgeable person is someone who knows they're knowledgeable and will not let anyone else ever talk about anything else. It's like, hey, look at all the shit I know. It's fucking insufferable. I hate it. I'm not talking about anyone in particular here. This is just experiences I've had over the years. So I try very hard not to be that kind of person. Quag Skeep and Quag Karen 1. I do want to do Quag Skeep. Felicia threatened me with bodily harm if I do Quag Karen, so maybe not to that one. How are you alive? Just a fucking fish? Did a fish jump out of the water and attack me? Hang on, hello? What? Huh? Hey Frolio, how you doing? $4,000 hours? I have 10,000 hours essentially mastered Wonderlands. Ask me anything. Then you killed it. Yeah, I'm a stone cold fish murderer. Ask me anything. Finally made it to land and now dead. Truly a tragedy. Ooh. Grave Claw, Cape of Tides, rolled spell damage, movement speed. Those are nice stats to have. 3 in Blast Gasp. That's pretty good. Nice pup tea. Droll throws the fish. Oh, that's what Droll does. I'm gonna be honest, I've never paid attention to Droll's mechanic. That makes sense. Quite hated evolution. All my homies hate evolution. Frustrating thing I need to get better at is, if you miss a melee swing, like, even if you hit the air, you lose your echo. And echo is so valuable in this, I really need to just stop fucking whiffing that. Yeah, Ivan, how you doing? Big Jeff, good to see you. Done a Claw Grave setup yet? Yeah, I messed around with Claw Grave on my main Clawbringer for a while. I like the survivability, just I need more specific gear to take advantage of the damage there. So, it's something I do want to circle back around to. I stand with Rock, I stand with Swan. See, that was Contagion and Plate Mail healing. Just some random enemy got a dot and just healed me. Helps me maintain this enchant. The Rock was a mere casualty in the mauling of the fish. Sorry I got caught in it. What's the most damage addition? Need more damage. Fortifying gives you 20% global damage. It's not a fresh mult or anything, but it is damage. The other ones don't increase your damage. Empowering can freeze enemies, so if you're using melee stuff or you are a berserker with points in Icebreaker, then Empowering can function as the highest damage boost, but only against things that can be frozen. Need a reload animation to proc the From the Shadows enchant? Yes. Yes, you do. Oh, I'm too greedy. I always do that. I'm too greedy. Bullet Sponge Raid Boss quote. Alright, let me see if I can find that after this run Bazooka did. As many things I circle around to try and just can't help but go back to Crossblade and my Claw setup. Crossblade and Claw are just such a good match for each other. It's so nice. I want to do a max fire rate crossblade setup as well. Just burr the shit out of it. Max house fire rate passes? Yeah. Amp and Echo feed so nicely into each other. I love this energy. It's so cool. There's a good shout for Caustic in this setup as well, but I'd lose either Amp or Echo, and Amp is just such a huge, huge thing. If anything, I'd give up Echo for Caustic, but, like, I also have no reason to do so, because Echo is a unique damage instance, and Caustic is just more of a thing I already have. I have 11 out of 5 potent poisons for some reason right now. That's without an armor boosting it. I could have 16 out of 5 potent poisons. Let me find that. Huh, I don't have it here. Do you happen to have it, Bazooka Dude? If you paste it in the chat, I'll read it. I must not have saved. Awkward. Potent Poison's added to Caustic. I don't know if status damage has any diversity in the effect, but I'm pretty sure they're all the same attribute.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a
And I'm
cabin
sorry,
here.
rain check. That's fine. I'll refund it. Refund for you. Hey, Lyman. How you doing? Give me 1 second. You don't do that? Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay, let's pet the Kevin. Where's the Kevin? Kevin, you back there? You are. Hi, Kevin. Hey, Pumakazi. How you doing? Saw the earlier title, just now able to join. Is this a build you mentioned in the title before? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Kevin is right behind my chair, so I'm petting him. He's very quiet today. He did meow at the beginning of the stream. Yes, Kevin, you are a good boy. So yeah, this is a black powder shotgun build that uses a corrupted plate mail to make it into a dot build. And we run around from the shadows, ricocheting, auto-critting, spreading dots to everything. Explain the build and you have a moment? Yeah. I find myself explaining it to everyone. This is why I need to actually, you know, buckle down and make videos on these things. But basically, so corrupted plate mail takes 30% of your damage, everything you do, and converts it to dark magic, and gives you some dark magic efficiency on the side, which is nice. So we're using that to make this non-elemental gun partially dark magic. It's got 25 projectiles, ricochets on crit, we're using from the shadows, so it always ricochets. So this hits, you know, minimum 50 times, as long as we hit all the projectiles, because it's 25 on primary enemy, 25 on secondary enemy. Now, that does not include potential play the angles triggers, Spore Ward and Capstone, on any of those. So, you know, in theory, this is not plausible, but in theory, we could play the angles off of all of those 50 hits, and then those play the angles can then play the angles again. So technically, we could hit up to 150 times per shot from just the gun with this setup. Now we have Contagion, which spreads dots around from that. We have Potent Poisons, which increases the duration and damage of those dots. And all of that dark magic is going to keep our health high, so we get the benefit of this enchantment, which is quite powerful. We have Body Rune, which adds another bonus element for a potential dot on those initial hits as well. And on the ricochets and whatnot. And we just run around doing that. We use a Thurge to minimize our downtime, use an Amp Echo Twin Soul, so we have a nice gameplay loop of shoot a couple times melee, if possible. And it's very effective. I'm currently trying to get a Stabomancer, a Clawbringer Corrupted Plate Mail, because I like the skill rolls on that. No luck so far. But there's a Clawbringer version of this build I want to try out. I just need more mag size on my gear to justify losing Spore Wardenry. Claw Stabo. It's 2 points in awe on a cape. That's useful. Take it. You know if Amp would work with Pixies? Probably not. No, Amp requires you to pull the trigger. It is only an on-shot thing. Pixies are not shot, so... Corrupted Farm can be rough, yeah. Thank you, you're welcome. Now, there's a couple cool things about, I have flexibility with my class power options. Sabo Power is the most desirable, but that's only because it's the only one that does anything for me. Spore Wardens Play the Angles currently does not scale with class power, despite it telling you it does. So, it doesn't do anything except make my Mushroom tankier. And I don't really care about that. The ideal skill combination is on Stabo Claw, but even if I was to change my spec to Stabo Claw, the Clawbringer power, again, doesn't really do anything relevant for me. I'm not going to be using Claw Capstone, I'm not going to be using Claw action skills, I don't care about the Wyvern, and it doesn't actually scale Rebuke. That's another one that the game isn't properly scaling. So, and then Stabo Power here, it's from the Shadow's duration, and it's improved class feat. The class feat doesn't matter unless I'm out of From the Shadows, so... You can really just kind of use the best Corrupted Plate Mail you find. Don't worry about the class. Obviously getting Stabo skills increased is nice. Especially the dot ones, but you really don't even need to worry about what class you have on a plate mail for this kind of build. I'd recommend Stabo Power on the Amulet at least, because that's a bit easier to target. Just a dark magic Stabo Thurge is the play here. There's a bunch of cases for other multi-classes than Spore as the second class. I'm working towards Claw myself, but you could do Berserker and take that Capstone, which removes your need for Thurge, improves your From the Shadows duration, lowers your downtime, you get the reload speed that Berserker has, you get Berserker's damage formula, you also get Berserker's healing, and you get the Enrage bonus element, which can make your shotgun able to apply cryo dots as well. A lot of use cases for that. Of course, Spell Shot is Spell Shot, we don't need to go into that. Other than Magic Bullets is a bullet damage increase, not a gun damage increase, so that would scale up the dots, unlike gun damage. Not too much of a case for Graveborn other than survivability, but we have a lot of that already. Yeah, that's all the classes, right? The key thing here is from the shadows and Sabo Tree down to Contagion. You don't even need to go down to Contagion if you just grab it from an armor. It's from the shadows, and then first 2 tiers of Sabo, and then you just have flexibility otherwise. Alright, in the coming days you'll have an interesting Chaos Chamber run. Depends on how many channel points I earn. Cool. You gonna play Rogue Legacy 2? I don't even know what that is, to be honest, ACR. So, probably not. Salmon. Trying to find one stab score with 3 of the movement fire rate perk and decent passives. Oh, that's a barrel. I better get out of this room. I picked something up by accident just now. Amp also does not work on live wire melee swings. If it did, I would get scared. Right. It requires you to actually physically pull the trigger for you to get amp bonuses. Those are good rings, but I don't need them. Big Echo. Amp Echo Salmon would be great here with Poison Dots. Unfortunately, Salmon can't get 2 hilt mods. You're only looking at 1. That's why Twin Soul is in use here. It's the only thing that allows us to have this combination. You'd have to choose. We're gonna get some better boss and gear. Our Torque Sticky is the best thing to use. Generally, it's one of the more desired options, yeah. The guns that you can kind of slap onto any build to solve the bossing problem are like Torgue Stickies and Pixies. I don't like Pixies because there's no player involvement in using them, personally. But same energy, as long as you've got some proper gear investment. Pixies, you want to have, you know, spell stuff. Torque Sticky's more forgiving on requirements. You just need enough mag to get an additional shot, whether you're using shotguns or pistols. So currently, I have enough mag to get 4 shots here. You want 3+ for a pistol, and for shotguns you want 2+. I've got 3 in shotgun right now. Just mod it in. Usually use Universal Soldier with Hammer Throw to get more in the mag. That's a useful strat, yeah. I like that as well. Hashtag sticky lands, hashtag sticky hands, hashtag sticky pants. I don't know if I like any of those things. Yeah, I just shot a corpse to Ricochet and kill another enemy. I think I'm toxic. Hashtag sticky France. Sounds like a drink. Like a cocktail. A sticky France. Doesn't it? Addicted to sniper bunnies, this is your fault. I'm not sorry. Welcome. Welcome to the sniper bunny addiction. I've currently traded it for a an armor bunny addiction, but you know, we're vibing. Man, the frame drop today. Quite annoying. How'd the rain do here? The arrows ricochet? They don't. But it just does good damage. I got greedy. Sometimes he decides to double slam, and sometimes he doesn't, and I have not noticed any consistency. Here's another double slam. Oh no, it's the slam followed by a spawn burn. Okay. That's a different thing. Work schedule's not fun for May. I feel ya. It's crazy to me that it's almost May. Like, I don't know what month I expect it to be right now, other than March 2020, but it doesn't feel like May. Man, it's still fucking cold out. Yeah, a bit. Like, it's visually nice, but it's breezy and it's chilly. Don't love that. Overwatch too soon? Yeah, I'm not really an Overwatch fan, although I'm vaguely following that stuff because I know people who are. And I'm still kind of icky about the whole ActiveBliss thing, so I won't be purchasing it, but hey, if you want to, then I hope you enjoy it. March 2020, oh god, please no. You know time is weird, Kirk. You know time is weird. Garden needs some good weather. Time's an abstract concept, gaming is forever. Time is definitely interesting. Other night when I had Son of a Witch, he spawned 4 of his little fucking birds back to back, and I couldn't see 2 of them for a few seconds. Felt bad. Yeah, if the birds were just bigger, if Son of a Witch was bigger too, like seeing things is the most annoying thing in the fight for me. Where are you located about? Michigan, still 45 degrees. I am in Connecticut. That's where I am. Yo, Insomnia, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you've been doing well. Most annoying thing for me is birds can't be status. Yeah, Siri, it's just like a bunch of annoying things for that one enemy specifically. Like, their existence and their mechanic was enough. But then they just added like 5 other things. Like, yeah, they're gonna circle slowly in the air. They also can't be statused. Also, you can't see them. Like, why? I don't think the fight is that bad. It's just annoying. Tracker up. Nice. Exist? Thought the place was fake? It is fake. Dragon Lord is those exact things. Those can be status. Right. And they're not as aggressive about the ward restoration either. But it's still March 2020, then Wonderlands would be out yet, so we could still have hope for the game. But March 2020 is eternal. Everything is in March 2020. Supposed to hit 90 this weekend here. I think it's supposed to hit 70 something, like on Sunday. I'm looking forward to that. I'm not going to do anything with that information. Like, I don't go out. But it'll be nice. Stabo Grave. Good passives for what I'm doing. Do I run that plate mail instead? Definitely picking it up. Ooh, another plate mail. Spore Grave. Again, good passives. No Stabo power. Amalgam. Oh, I should talk about this. So, fun fact about amalgams. This is the most forgiving armor type to farm in the game. Because an amalgam always rolls with 1 stat from each stat cluster. And the clusters are like no more than like 3 or 4 things. Like, if you do exclamation point armor, you can see the spreadsheet and all that good stuff. But if you look at the armor passive stat clusters tab, it explains how this works. Cluster 1 is only 3 passes, cluster 2 is 5 passes, cluster 3 is 2 passes, cluster 4 is 3 passes, cluster 5 is 3, cluster 6 is 3. So, no more than 5. And the one that has 5 is all the defensive stats, so people are less likely to care about those. So if you want a good armor with good stats, an amalgam, you are guaranteed 3 damage stats. You're guaranteed 3 damage stats. 4, actually. So all you have to go for is skills and classes, which are tied together. So, if you're good, going for a good armor. An amalgam cluster chart. Amalgam gets 1 from each cluster. This is 5 of the 6 clusters, excuse me. 5 of the 6. So, you are guaranteed 3 damage passes. It also makes it very easy to tell what a save-edited amalgam looks like, because a lot of people go around editing items, not knowing what they're doing, and distributing illegitimate gear. And fake amalgams are very easy to spot. Also, Diversion Shotgun is like mega OP. Normally I struggle with Bastard a lot. Got him to phase 2 before I click print screen. Huh. See, I've only heard the opposite about the Diversion, and I'm glad you've had a good experience with it, because that makes me want to test it more. I don't get Frostburns often, I should buy that. Which of these is better? Radius, cooldown... Wait, these are the same parts in different orders. Game, this is the same item, just in different orders. Cooldown, crit chance, radius. Radius, cooldown, crit chance. Cool. Yeah. Can't hoard everything, as much as I want to. Can't hoard everything. From what I understand, almost 50% of amalgams have all damage passive. It's very easy to get good stats on an amalgam. So if your armor's lacking for your build and you don't care what effect you get, you just want stats, amalgam. Definitely amalgam. Oh yeah, I was gonna compare versus that new plate mail we got. I'm carrying too many armors. I need to clear my bank. I'm having an existential crisis. There's one with a point of Wrath of Nature and area damage, but no stab-up power. Wrath of Nature's kinda eh. Though, 2 extra points to the cooldown skill. It's not bad. Okay, Stab-O Zerk. 2 in haste, 3 in swift death. That's not bad. Stab-O Grave. 2 in arsenal. Three in sneak attack. Sneak attack's kind of dog water, but like, it's not bad. See, I lose the all damage, which is weaker dots. I lose area damage, which hurts my stickies, but I am converting 30% of them to a bonus element that doesn't get area damage. Gun crit chance will help me outside of From the Shadows. Fire rate would be nice. Gun damage doesn't do much. 2 points in arsenal versus 1 point in arsenal. Minimal shift. I don't think that's better. The more I look at it, the more I'm like, I just want it to be better. What's that image, Stump? For fellow Good Place fans, March 2020 is the dot over the eye. I'm confused. But, okay. Pink stars confuse me. They're supposed to be in its preferred item for your build. What do you mean? I just have some items favorited and I forget to favorite others for the blue stars. I'm also at Stab-O Burr, status gun build. No idea how a fire shotgun did that much, especially with shield. Did you check to see if you have the Chaos 0 HP bug? Because that's a thing that happens sometimes. You're probably aware of it, and that's probably a stupid question, but I figured I'd ask it. Amulet, there's a pink star on one. I do not see a pink star. DLC 2, now with more bank space, the Quag special. I'm down. I'm very down. Quartz still took ages to kill, so I assume not the bug. Yeah, maybe it's a weird hitbox thing. I'll have to keep an eye out for a good divergent to use on Son of a Witch then. In the other menu, see if I can get to pick one at some point, as you can see. Okay. Might have been a vendor thing. I don't know, vendor UI is weird. Enemies need to stop running away. I can't get my damage going. Now we're good. It's not a chaotic one. It's like most basic diversion. Interesting. I like to hear it. That sounds promising. I do like that. Favorite passive skill in this game? What do you mean by passive skill? Can you elaborate a little? Like, give an example. Do you mean just like a thing in a skill tree? Or do you mean a stat that rolls on an item? Yeah, I'm not sure what the question is. No, leave Butt Stallion alone. Like any skill in a skill tree. I love unarmored defense because it meaningfully changes how you look at certain items. Probably unarmored defense in the Berserker tree. Because it takes half your ward, returns it to you at an even greater amount of health, but it does also do a thing that wasn't necessarily expected by a lot of people. And the new reservation point for your ward is now considered the while full point. So unarmored defense not only gives you significant buffer, but it makes your uptime on both while empty and while full effects improve. Because there's less to regen, but you can still get full stuff. So you can still get ant wards, for example, to work. And that's really nice. So you could use something like a Bronco Buster, for example. Bronco Buster has a 0.9 second recharge delay with a delay part, and a rate of 493. You could take unarmored defense and have that, so your recharge rate is literally bigger than your your capacity, if you have a recharge rate bonus on gear as well. So, like, you just, in under a second, just boom, full. Cool sort of interactions like that. Like double knocks, how stupid it is. Some people like power fantasy. Like Storm Judgment, Hammer Throw feels nice. Well, that's an action skill. It's not a passive skill. It's an active skill. But in terms of action skills, that's probably my favorite as well. I do like me some Hammer Throw. Feels very interactive, very unique. Reserve full stuff sounds funny. Yeah, Butter, it's a good time. Unarmored defense also boosts Dire Sacrifice more than Spellshot Paradigm does, by the way. As long as you don't use Buffmeister. You get a greater damage increase from using a high capacity ward with unarmored defense and taking Berserker. So, it's fun for that action skill. In fact, you just gotta write a Wonderlands encyclopedia. Do I? Power Fantasy comes from glitches like using red alien bugs, giving me so much serotonin. The cool thing about these games is everyone gets something different. I personally, that is like the opposite of my definition of fun, but that's fine. You can just get different, like people like different things. Some people play this game for the story, for example. That's not me. I play for build making. But it has something to offer everyone. That's why these Lands games have so much longevity. Amalgam, great stats. Is that 3 an Icebreaker? Yeah. Max Icebreaker, Volatile Amalgam. Sure. I could do something with that. I do like Dire Sacrifice because it allows movement and got to position well with it. Yeah, the animation is also just cool. Might be Old Ways. Old Ways is a 5-pointer. Icebreaker is a 3-pointer. That's how I know. I don't know the icons from those. I don't know the icons of those apart from each other, but I do know the skill count. This feature is fun. That's another thing that I don't think they get enough praise for. Featured runs are cool. Now I know a lot of people don't like seeing Wastard in their featured runs, and I do think that maybe featured runs should tend towards bosses people won't want to opt out of, to give people an option. Hey, I absolutely don't want to fight this boss. It's not in the featured, I'll just run the featured. Cool. Like, I'd prefer more accessible bosses in the featured, but I do still love how they give you a guaranteed way of getting a maker run, and they increase drop rates for featured bosses. So it's just very player friendly in that regard. How was I not out of range? Fuck you. The range on that thing is so big. Oh, understandable. I think I'm dead. Yeah. Oof. Like last year, because I can wreck him now. I can on a lot of builds too. This one included when I pay attention, but I'm just kind of neutral on him. There was a mission to unlock the Lost Loot Machine and purchase SC's Cannon Arc Machine. You have the co-opetition setting enabled. So, see how down here it's group mode, cooperation or co-opetition? If the Lost Loot Machine does not work for you, you have co-opetition on. Wait, that stays around? Hello? And also you can track me? Okay. Okay, game. Much better. Struma died, Struma bad. I think it'd be cool if they had some content team input on featured, so 1 week have like K6 favorite mini boss, but I don't think it's realistic to ever assume that game devs are going to design around streamers in any capacity. Swin, I don't think something like that would ever happen in any game. Like, of course, I'm on the team, so I'd love to show people the shit I like, but I don't think that's realistic. These streamers get preferential treatment in other games. It's infuriating, to be honest. I've also seen communities blame streamers for things that they have absolutely no control over. Like, you really think an item got nerfed because a streamer was using it? Really? That's not how these things ever work. And then, in particular, the LANs community has been insufferable the last, say, 2 weeks or so. With, constantly getting pinged, like, hey, why are you not offering your feedback? Is that really how you think the world works? Really? I think people in the gaming space in general need to remember that streamers are ultimately also just consumers like you guys. We just do it in front of a camera. That's all. That wasn't directed at anyone in particular, just a point of frustration. You know how Clawbreaker's community-wise really weak, like Awe doesn't work with Oathfire? That's not it being weak, that's how mechanically bonus elements work, Siri. Also, it's extremely easy to still get Awe uptime. Changed Storm Smite, saw a video last night of Moxie, now Storm Smite would be better with no cooldown. That's something literally everyone has been saying since day one of the game, though. Like, that's not something that... Because a streamer said it, that doesn't mean that's why they did it. Like, the community at large was like, hey, Storm Smite's cooldown, kinda weird, huh? Since day one of the game. You can't attribute that. Never heard anyone talk about Storm Smite, though? You have not listened to many conversations about Clawbringer. The primary point of feedback about Clawbringer was that there's weird cooldowns in the tree. That was the primary thing. In every conversation I was party to. It's not just a streamer feedback preferential thing. Ability spell increased by melee to a double knot. Nope, nope, nope. There were my combos different groups, I guess. I suppose so. But it was a very commonly reported point of feedback. It's not something you can attribute to an individual. I do want to do something with a Bronco Buster, so I'm putting that away. Crying Apples for another build as well. Put that away. That away. That. I do want to do Blue Cake stuff on this save. Eventually. That's what happens in any community when there's a big content creator who makes multiple forms of content, Chester. It's never the creator's fault. I just want to make that perfectly clear. That's what happens when a creator's good at their job, Chester. They have a lot of reach. Just kind of a result. Can you lower your shield, please? Thank you. Had to wait. Aw, Fire Friend died. Volatile white armor. Nice. Cabatide, Stabospore. Acceptable passives. Bit of the fireworks, feel so clunky on console. Also on PC. Not my favorite mechanic. Only stumbled across a video last night. Well, the feedback about Storm Smite cooldown was about 3 weeks of lots of people saying it. 4 weeks even. Main thing regarding Claw I've heard is there's no real synergy with this thing either. Awe and Oath. So the Awe and Oath thing is just a misunderstanding of game mechanics that is ultimately a very minor thing, and that is within expected parameters of how bonus elements function. Bonus elements do not themselves have damage sources. Awe looks for things with a core damage source of fire or lightning to trigger. So, of course, Oath of Fire and Rebuke would not trigger it because they are bonus elements. They do not have damage sources. It is just a mechanic. There's gun damage, came bullet damage on Claw. It wasn't a thing inherent to Claw. That was a game-wide change, with Spell Shot being the exception. That was not a Claw change. That was a game-wide change to benefit Spell Shot. It was actually to benefit Barrage, because Sporeward's Barrage does not get bullet damage, so they consolidated all of the bullet damage things, weirdly, except for Spell Shot's magic bullets. So again, that wasn't a targeted Claw thing. Claw just happened to be one of the many things affected by that. I'm not saying Claw has problems. I realize it's gonna sound from a certain angle like I'm downplaying Clawbringer's problems. I'm just saying, like, precision and accuracy in reporting these things is very important. Now, other problems Claw has, for example, I keep opening my tree as if I'm on a Clawbringer. The Cleansing Flames action skill, they corrected the hitbox of the melee portion, which is great. That was a great first step. Unfortunately, the damage is still ass. And because of the things it scales off of being melee for the melee portion, and then ability for the other, Clawbringer has no boosts to either. So that's where the lack of synergy thing rears its head. It's like, this action skill is provided with nothing to boost it. Now the implication could be, hey, use another skill tree, or use your gear to boost that, but there's other action skills that don't have the same problem. Also, Cleansing Flames is just straight up worse than Storm Dragon's Judgment at everything. Damage, delivery, cooldown, synergy with the tree, because, as mentioned before, Awe looks for things with damage source, fire, or lightning. Storm Dragon's Judgment can be reduced to a 5-second cooldown if you recall it immediately and does lightning damage. Lightning triggers the crit chance half of Awe. Whereas Wyvern triggers both, but is weighted towards triggering the fire half of Awe. So, with Storm Dragon's Judgment, you can comfortably have full Awe uptime without even using a lightning weapon or anything. So that's good synergy with the kit. Unfortunately, Cleansing Flames has nothing like that going for it. Now, in the first 2 tiers of Clawbringer, you have a ward increase, with no recharge rate increases provided anywhere, meaning you have a tier 1 nerf to your amp wards. Tier 2, you have a cooldown rate increase that scales off of the percentage of your ward, but taking the skill above can make that skill less effective because you have more you have to regen to get the benefit. Also, the value per point is abysmal. Now the rest of the Claw tree, actually kind of fine. The changes to Storm Smite helped it a lot. Storm Dragon's Judgment's already great, Wyvern's already great. Awe didn't need to be reduced, but it's still a good skill. Because Awe's crit damage goes in the Shrine portion of the crit formula, rather than the overloaded area where you have Strength, Sneak Attack, Joint Training, and Rings. Out of curiosity, then, the Sabomancer's crit boost damage counts from status crits. Having bonus from Oath doesn't trigger Awe, because they're different things. Awe looks for specifically things with an innate damage source, like something that could have a bonus element applied to it. Think of it that way. So, for example, this gun could have a bonus element applied to it, a global bonus element like Body Rune. If it cannot get a bonus element, it cannot trigger Awe. If it can, and it's the right element, it can. Dots do not get bonus elements. So it's a totally different mechanic. Also, the skill you're mentioning, crits boost damage, is shit. 1,000 cuts is one of the lowest value skills in the entire game. It's also in the same tier as Awe, which is better. Be cool, everybody got a run. Take it easy, Bazooka Dude. You have a good one. I appreciate you. Chose whatever sneak attack gets capstone because burn 25 damage boost is better than 15% crit damage. Well, you're right that it's better than sneak attack, because sneak attack is also awful. But the reason why those skills are underwhelming is because of where they fall in the damage formula. If you'd like to see the formula, it's a very expansive write-up, a lot of hard work by a bunch of very talented people, exclamation point damage. It's Google Doc, very easy to read, color-coded, wonderful, lovely. But sneak attack is additive with strength. So most people are, you know, village idiot background with max strength. So they have 52 points here, 52.5% crit damage. Sneak attack is additive with that. So one skill point to add 3% to the area where you have, at minimum, 52.5%. Now, there's other things in that category. You also have, if you're using a joint training amulet, that goes there. If you have, say, a shotgun crit boost on your ring, that goes there. So the more strength you have and the more crit damage on gear, the less valuable sneak attack gets. 1,000 Cuts and Swift Death have the same problem in a different category. They are additive with other all damage boosts. So you think things like Greyborn's Faithful Thralls, think things like all damage roll on amulet, all damage roll on armor, any enchantments that say all damage. I have any? Like this one? Additive with that. So it's ultimately a very mediocre amount in that category where you already have, like, more. So you just are better suited getting skill points elsewhere. That's why, for example, I'm not taking Arsenal, because it's 3% gun damage per point. Gun damage not only doesn't boost my gun dots, because it's not bullet damage, but also 3% for a skill point is abysmal value when I have those stats in other places in bigger quantities. It doesn't math well. Like, I have gun damage on this ring, I have gun damage on this ring, I have gun damage from myth rank, I have gun damage in my other skill tree. Stabomancer tree suffers from most of its redundant. Now, there's unique mechanics here that are very good. From the Shadows is one of the best action skills. Alchemical Agent, if you go down that far, is extremely powerful. Elusive is a unique damage mitigation mechanic and a nice quality of life, shoot while sprinting. Exploit Their Weakness is the same category as Wrath of Nature, so it's very good. But this is not unique, this is not unique, this is not unique. This is extremely niche to build around. This is not unique. We're going to say 30%? Yes. Shark's Bane, for whatever reason, gets double the value on gun damage rolls, because only on gun damage. Companion, spell, melee, all work normally, but for whatever reason, Shark's Bane gets more. Is Chaos Chamber's Bunny the best source of the new class mod? I would say so, Human Hybrid. I would say so. Trying to make a Fire Gloombringer build. Any advice? I'm a big fan of the Claw Armor, Drell's Health. It's a unique multiplier in the formula. So if you get a Claw Armor that converts your companions to fire damage, that can help you lean into that fire a little more. Body Rune is a good way to slap a fire bonus element on most things you do. Also good healing. You could run an Ancient Wyvern's Ring for another fire boost if you want that. You don't want to go 2 in on 1 damage category, but those are options. Anywho, early day tomorrow. Gotta crash. Ciao. Take it easy, Rohit. You have a good one. Nice banner. Thanks, Braun. Played around Cape of Tides yet? I haven't had a chance. It's really good, Chester. It's really good. Work with animals. This guy said it was a Tinder date. Oh, that's so sweet. She says, I like a man who loves animals. Where do you work? I'm a butcher. Oof. Oof. What's your approach to building? Pick an item, work around it? Pretty much, Roholio. Yeah, I'll look at an item or a skill, and I'll be like, how can I maximize that? So this build came around from, hey, I want to use this shotgun with this action skill. What can I do with that? And then I ended up happening to get a corrupted plate mail and equipped it and was like, hey, I'm doing a lot of dots suddenly. So I started running in that direction. Hey, Asa. BL2 multiclassing mod progress update, 3 classes and 6 out of 30 class mods done. Practically in a very playable state. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that. Related to shark rings, that Raiders of the Lost Shark quest gives a ring that's 15% melee damage, varying element, so that ring at the moment I have volatile is 32.7 melee damage. Nice. Very nice. That's a cool ring. One shot the Sand Raid boss with that Primordial Antique Great Bow. So, Great Bows reroll independently. So, like, you can shoot a regular Great Bow, and it can turn into a Primordial one, because it's functionally a different item. So these were actually from, like, normal and chaotics. I just had an inventory full of Great Bows, and I put it to read only, and I went and I shot all of them, checked for Primordials, and then save scumped to get all these. My fire one's on a different save right now. Yo, Kirk, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. 10 months, guess who's back again? I appreciate it, thank you. There's the alert. I'm dropping a bunch of frames right now. OBS is sucking ass.
Guess who's back? Back again.
And like this spell I'm using right now is because I'm experimenting. It's not a set in stone thing. I just kind of play and see how things do, and then I tweak run to run, which is why you'll usually see me, even if no one asks me to explain, I'll probably start staring at a skill tree or an armor because I'm thinking about it. Like, will this be better or worse than what I'm currently using? I'm constantly trying to adjust these setups. So if I get a Primordial Great Bow and shoot it, I have a chance of losing Primordial. It's extremely likely you will. You have a, whatever the inverse of Primordial chance is. That chance. So Primordial is 10% chance. Or, no, Primordial is like 1 point something. So you have a 99% chance almost of losing Primordial. Because it turns into a different gun, bro. But the inverse is also true. You can shoot a regular one and it turns Primordial. 1.16% chance to stay? Yeah. So you have a 98 point... whatever. 98.84% chance for it to not be Primordial. Any item in the game, when it's dropped, can roll for a Chaos tier. This includes Moon Orbs, by the way. You can get a Primordial Moon Orb. There's nothing preventing that. So it's especially weird when you see people like, why do I get white rarity Primordials? They're eating all my drops. Like, no, that's Gambler's Fallacy. That's not how it works. Literally any item. Is Rebuke's damage reduction worth it? Depends on if you have other sources of mitigation, and if so, which ones. So let's say you are a Graveborn multiclass with your Clawbringer, and you have Sanguine Sacrament. That skill alone is enough survivability. You don't need to invest in any other means of survivability as long as you have a spell with a short cooldown.
Loves the real math skills.
Hey, thank you so much for the 100 bits, Desk. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, I thought hard about that one. Been live for 4 hours, so like my brain is not able to do basic math. So I'm really proud of myself for that one, honestly. But thank you. So like Rebuke's damage reduction can be worth it because it's better mitigation than the ward capacity in that part of the tree. And Clawbringer only has a ward skill, a cheat death skill, and 2 damage reduction skills. So often it's like you take it because there's no better choices. Usually to get down to Deep Clawbringer tree, you're maxing Oath of Fire, Dragon Aura, Oath of Thunder, and then you're still left with some points it leaves you enough that you're probably going to put like 2 to 3 points in Rebuke. More likely than not. Got a Queen's Cry with a Taser. Is that good or meh? That's actually very good. Queen's Cry gets spell damage scaling on its bullets, which means a lot of spell shots tend to use it. And the Taser has a very high hit count. So spell shot's polymorph action skill, whenever you do an instance of gun damage, it has a chance to cast a free spell. Something a lot of people like to do is they polymorph something, then they put Queen's Cry tasers on it, they just stick as many as they can, and then it just starts spamming spells everywhere. It's very entertaining. Oh, no, I got myself with stickies, but I got him too. It's fine. And my damage is kind of low right now because I don't have my enchant up. But those ricochets killed an enemy, which healed me with Body Rune, and also applied Dark Magic to a bunch of things, which healed me the rest of the way. So survivability on this build is very good as long as you are applying dots. Equals life. Also, you know if Dark Hydra can spawn more than 3, but on armor, I've heard it doesn't. Dark Hydra is capped at a spawn cap of 3, so even if you get more points, that's a times 18 body rocker. 5 mag though. So I constantly talk about times 18 body rockers and how I want a 3 mag. This is why. 5 mag has a 7% sticky mold. 3 mag is an 18% sticky mold. So you only get 1 more shot in the mag. Here, with mag size boost, you maybe get 2 more, but you're getting less than half the damage bonus per sticky. So it takes the item from, hey, fantastic, I'm going to use this, to, oh. So that stays on the ground because it's a 5 mag. Thanks, you're very welcome. Volatile body rune capacity. It's the second one I got today. Throwable hole. Unenchantable, and damage is kind of sad. So, throwable hole and shadow fire. Let them spawn with lightning delivery method. Lightning bolts. That'd be so cool. Build's coming along beautifully. Claw Stabbo fun. Hell yeah, Silent. Glad to hear it. Made a very fun Grave Stabbo shield tank companion dot build today. Kind of stumbled into it. Works very well. Hey, I'm glad that's working out for you, Midberry. That sounds fun. That's not a multi-class combo I see a lot of people playing. So I always love to hear what creative things people do with it. There are no Torgairs? There are Torgairs. The sticky Torgair you want to go after is the Encapsulator. You can get it in ×3. Yeah, there's Torg ARs. Definitely Torg ARs. They're not as good as the pistols or shotguns, nor are they as flashy as the launchers, but Torg stickies in general are just good if you get the right parts for the right weapon category. Luddites and body rockers are definitely better than encapsulators, but encapsulators still better single target than like most guns. Curious, what do lightning bolts scale off of? Gun damage, area damage, and elemental damage. Interesting little quirk. If you want to get more damage out of your lightning bolts, don't ever use a lightning element one. Don't ever use a shock one, because shock ones have the elemental penalty parts-wise. But if you get a non-Ellie one, it still deals shock damage, but non-Ellie has the highest card damage. So if you were to get like one lightning bolt, get a non-Ellie, because it has higher damage with no penalty. Because it's actually lightning, just with non-Ellie card damage. Neat little tip. Stabbo Claw. This is the class combo I want, but I want on a corrupted plate mail, not on a warp paradigm. Sad. Sad about it. This is a whole lot of mediocre armors, I'm gonna be honest, chat. Not a good haul this run. 2 out of 1 Lord of Edges was Deathless, Snake Stick with Vampire Works Wonders. That sounds cool. I like that. That sounds fun. Silly me just did 10k crystals into the bunnies, but didn't see a single one. Premature conclusion then. That's exceptionally unlucky, huh? Proc the melee skills like Alchemical Agent. Yeah. Snake Stick Hydras deal melee damage. They're damage source melee, so they can even blast chill if you happen to be a berserker. I believe they're damage source melee that also scales with Companion. Also look for a 3 exploit, 2 poison, Stabbo Claw, plate mail. This is why I use my build. Mine's only 1 and 1 with 3 in Dragon Aura. Ah, unfortunate, yeah. Until you made drill with the Deathless melee build. That's what made me stop playing my Deathless melee build. Yeah, at that point you keep gear on you for a quick little gear swap. Yeah. It's for reasons like that I prefer if, particularly Drill, Son of a Witch, and Banshee were less frequent in featured runs. Because Son of a Witch, in terms of difficulty, just turns off a lot of people. I don't mind that much, but a lot of people do. It'd just be helpful for the community if he was just not in featured runs. In terms of Drill and Banshee, they directly turn off certain builds. Melee builds don't ever want those bosses. Because Drill's hitbox sucks, and Banshee has a murder aura. Everything else is manageable. Even Dragonlord. I like Dragonlord on melee builds. You only have to shoot Bernadette, and that's it. You can melee the rest of the fight. Which is okay. Yeah, like, he doesn't turn off any mechanics, he's just annoying. I don't personally mind him, but based on the overwhelming number of people I've seen who do, and it's like killing their enjoyment of the game, for their sake, I wouldn't mind seeing less of him. Like, leave him in the random runs, where you can just, you know, luck into or out of a certain boss. But for featured, I feel like in a perfect world, there should be a playlist you can do, chamber-wise, that you know what boss you're gonna get, so that if you're playing a build that's turned off by certain bosses, you can avoid them. And hopefully they solve that problem by doing something like, my hope is that eventually with Chaos Chambers they have a bunch of different playlists, like beyond having, you know, featured, extended, trial, and normal run. Like, just have a bunch. You're like, this is the boss rush playlist, this is the mobbing only playlist, this is the double extended, this is the obelisk rush. Like, they could do so many things with that. I'd love to see some variations on the format with that. They could do an endless mode, or a pseudo-endless mode. They could have a mode where you go through every room in the game or some shit. Hope we get Ven seasonal chambers. Yeah. Drill is really my only hate, but I also don't mind Banshee as much because we don't have spicy water that goes through shields. She has an insta, well, not an insta, she has a very high damage aura around her, so physically getting close is untenable for some builds. On top of all the mechanics you already have to deal with that make getting close to her just awful. Like, she doesn't need that on top of all her other keepaways, and that means that if you're doing something like a Dreadwind setup on Banshee, if you don't 2-tick her, you're probably dead. You can just kill her before it kills you, but if you don't, you're dead. Whereas Drill is just mechanically you can't hit him because his hitboxes. There's like one 5-degree cone of his hitbox where Dreadwind can hit Drill. Yo, Broken English. Thank you for the tier 3. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Was that what's our baby's name? 9 months, tier 3. Thank you so much. Alert's eventually gonna come through. OBS is strangling my frames, so the delay increases. I don't know. What are we naming it? What do you think? Thank you so much for your continued support. I appreciate it. Hope things have been treating you well. There we go. Say Ricochets look like lasers everywhere. It's great, isn't it? Whatever his name is, I'm glad to support. I love you, brother. Hope things are well with you too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. Pretty okay. Could always be better, but could always be worse. And I'm having a great time with this game, so I consider that a positive in the day-to-day. Imagine a legendary black powder shoots crossbows, but it can have up to 25 like normal shotguns. That'd be interesting, Bubba. That would be very interesting. Put a lot more hours over the last few days and the itch has spread. I have over 20 days of playtime on this game so far. Now that's just on the retail copy of the game. Like I was one of the people with early access to the game, so like review copy, etc, etc. I have more hours there as well, so it's really more like 23 days, but on retail I have 20. 20 days since day one of release. Got 12? That's still a lot. And keep in mind, I have those 20 days because, one, this is my favorite game to play. Two, it is also, you know, I create content for this game for my living, my employment, my income, to pay my bills, etc. So that's part of why my playtime's so high. But also, I genuinely do just enjoy it. I haven't been playing other games, just been playing this. Almost 13. Hey, some old guy. How you doing? Let's get an Cyclops and also hoping for a Beholder boss. That'd be cool, Swin. I'd be down for that. But what are the odds that they just make it spawn Evil Eye crabs just to fuck with us? Sounds scary with the pincushion. Pincushion's kind of shit, butter. Yeah, there's a cap for the amount of crossbolts and saw blades you can apply. I want to say it might be 25. And Pincushion's explosion does, like, negative damage. It's kind of meh. I was very excited for Pincushion builds, and then I tried it, and then we dug into the formulas and stuff, and it's just not... The damage isn't there. Any other legendary melee weapon with Echo just does the job better. Pincushion can also get Echo, but like, you know, 1-to-1, the other guns just do it better. Don't you hide. How is that range? That's so nuts. My biggest complaint of this boss is happening right now. I can't see him. I have to ping him to see him. For the most part, it's the only game I've been playing. Lots of work recently, training people and trying to get my usual shifts. It's like 10-hour days. Yeah, that's long days. Long days. Finding the time can be difficult. I'm very fortunate to have been one of the lucky people who can kind of like live off of this. So that's what allows me to put in extra time. Lethal catch. Which says fixed loot luck. What about it? 66k loot luck, 1 legendary Dragon Lord, 0 from drill, just not fun. Ah, I have a graph for you. I have a graph for you. So, there's nothing broken there. And we have numbers to prove it. Let me grab it 1 second. to dig through Discord while my PC starts screaming from the CPU usage. Bear with me. It'll be worth the wait, I promise. Okay, so shout out to 10 FPS for doing all the testing for this. 5,000 kills were done for each data point here, so the sample size is significant. These are expected drop rates based off of numbers, and actual drop rates at various points of loot luck equivalent to what the expected values would show. And you can see at 40,000 loot luck, you're looking at roughly an 18.4% drop rate. Now, if you look at dedicated sources in previous lands games, most of them were through the format of a 3-item pool, 30% distributed among the items, so that's 10%. 10% is lower than 18.4%. Wouldn't be dedicated though, this is world drop. Dedicated drop rates. Dedicated. Dedicated drop rates are affected by loot luck. All drops are affected by loot luck in this game. Dedicated. So, you said you were farming at 66,000 loot luck. Your drop rate is going to be over 20%. You're just unlucky. There's nothing broken. There's nothing to fix. You're just not lucky. What I mean is the 66k loot luck not buffing my world drops? It is. It's buffing all of your drops. But world drops do not eat your dedicated drops. They are calculated independently. The pools don't look at each other. So you're just getting more luck in both categories. Math ignores the effects of weapon tiers? Yes, but that's not what the question was, some old guy. The question was about getting drops at all. The drops are possible. The tiers, that's a whole separate subset. It's like item variance. This kind of thing does not account for item variance, part variance, excuse me, either. Like, obviously getting a corrupted plate mail is different from getting the one with the passives and the class combo that you want. So I'm just that unlucky? Yeah, you're just extremely unlucky, which I'm very sorry about. I hope your luck turns around soon. But yeah, this is the numbers. Don't lie. Thanks for explaining this. Changed my whole view on loot in this game. Yeah, I'm happy to provide the info. Luck's never been good in any game like ever. Oh, I'm right there with you. Seriously. One of the last Borderlands 3 streams we did before Wonderland's release, it was a playthrough. I did a gunless flak challenge run, and we did end up completing it, but I ended up having to spend 5 hours farming for a black hole shield, which should have been a 10% drop rate. I just wanted a black hole with an anointment. Any anointment. So that I could re-roll it. It took me 5 hours to get one. I feel you with the bad luck. Amp Spellblade. That could be useful. You find if they change it one specific way, make every kill past 50k loot log have one legendary, just like a mercy mechanic. I've always been a proponent of that kind of thing. So we had similar stuff like that, sort of merciful farming in BL3, in the Handsome Jackpot DLC. Several of the bosses each had a guaranteed drop, a legendary that they would always drop. Scrap Trap had a pool of 2 and had a 100% drop rate, so you'd always get either one of them. But Fabricator always dropped the Ion Cannon, Freddy always dropped the Auto-Aim, Jackpot always dropped you at least one class mod. You know, DLC 1 was very forgiving with rates like that. Unfortunately, DLC 2 and DLC 4, they went to the other end of the spectrum, and they're like, hey, no drop rates. DLC 3 was in the middle. It was just, forgiving rates in the 30 to 50 range, if I remember correctly. But DLC 1 in Borderlands 3 proves that you can do guaranteed drops just like you're asking for, and it'll still have people farming. So, yeah, I think your request is a valid one. Based on that graph, it looks like it has diminishing returns once you get about 15k-ish, you're doing just fine. Yeah, and that explains why, before these numbers were crunched, and before dice were account-wide, I always felt fine just getting to like 15k-ish loot luck and then cruising. But now I don't have to worry about it, because they're all at 40,000. Because Shrine is easy enough to get per character, and dice are shared. Personally love BO3 drop rates. It depends on which section of the game you're looking at. Most drops were forgiving to get a copy of the item. Now, part variants, anointments, whole separate discussion. But getting a copy of the item, in most instances, it was simple enough. Now, there are some that weren't. For example, the Arms Race class mods, you're looking at 8%-ish from a long activity. It wasn't great. But that was the exception rather than the norm. Need to make inventory space again. What's the 8 mag? I have copies of that elsewhere. I don't need that Nightshade either. Too many armors on me. I'm a hoarder. Send help. I don't need that rain bolt. Like how viable non-golds are really makes you check before trashing. Yeah, Jeff. I like that you look at items on an individual basis. You're like, hey, how does the way this item works? How does that mesh with my build? How do I build around that? It's more about what the item does rather than loot beam color or, anything like that. I like that. Like, this item is good because of its projectile count. And that's something that only this denomination of weapon can do. That's cool. It's not just, hey, stats bigger. Graveborn Berserker, Warp Paradigm, ability increased by spell. It's a good Dire Sacrifice one. Take it. Super Shred of Fire. So Super Shred of Fire wasn't even one of the worst ones. It was just one that was known as, hey, this is very specific. If you want to know a nightmarish drop, getting a Boomsicle. Getting a Boomsicle is... And that's just in terms of gun rates. It gets way lower. Getting a White Elephant, extremely low chance, and then that's before looking at part variants. Like, item farms in that game were not the walk in the park people made them out to be, in some cases. It's just the average ones, the ones more people were doing, were things like, getting a redistributor from Wotan was super common, because that boss guaranteed you 3 to 9 dedicated drops. Guaranteed. Getting a Hellwalker was 10% for an item with no part variants. From an enemy you can one-shot. Things like that. Saw Selective Amnesia with the short fuse yesterday. It's my favorite item now. That's your entire personality in an item, Pris. Either got comms and relics during events, or you didn't. Yeah, Jeff. 100% agreed. Even losing 20k loot luck for maybe 10% faster kills. The status build's not great. Yeah, you can make up the damage elsewhere. I think if you can complete a farm efficiently with the loot luck on, even if it's like a few seconds slower, I think if you're dedicated farming, wearing the loot luck is still going to be good for you. Maximize your chances. Because you're killing fewer enemies than you are like across a whole Chaos Chamber run. So you want to up your odds. Cat, what did you do? What did you eat? Are you okay? If you want to maximize your chances on your one potential drop per cycle, then yeah, Loot Luck makes more sense to wear during a dedicated farm. Whereas in a Chaos Chamber run, it's more forgivable because, like, you're fighting more things, more chances. And also featured runs have the boost to dedicated rates. They turned on the toy again. Amalgams are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. Fortunately with amalgams, because they roll one stat in 5 different clusters, and there's only 6 clusters, there's actually less part variance on amalgams than any other
I
armor.
believe there's a Kevin near you.
Jake. I'll pet you. You can't get up on the bed because you smell like shit. You're gonna get up on the bed anyway. Whatever. Wash my sheets today. Yeah, amalgams actually have less part variance than any other armor because of that. Amalgam and Claw have less part variance than other armors. Everything else is worse, but because of how those work. Also Blank Slate, I suppose. But those 3 armors, less awful. I don't have bank space. I don't have any bank space. We'll do one more run. We got time for one more. Sigil only rolls Cryo and Shock. Correct.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Screw you, human. I'm a cat and I'll go where I wish. I have 2 blank slates, the exact same, 40% all damage. Yeah, the ideal roll of blank slate is that 40% all damage plus ability level plus 2. And what that does is ability crit chance and damage, which is very nice for a joke item. Because ultimately with blank slate, you're not getting class power, you are not getting skill rolls, and you're getting fewer passives. But blank slate's still a fun meme. It's like a viable item, it's just not as good. And blank slate is one of the items that will not scale up with chaos tiers at all. Because there's nothing to boost. You get a primordial blank slate, it's exactly the same stat-wise as a regular one. So, unfortunately, it's one of those items that will be left behind as we get more chaos tiers. Even though it's already kind of niche. Critical Connoisseur. That's gonna be dumb. Craig will do anything or just meme? I believe it's just a meme. Crangled is the variant that does absolutely nothing, I believe. Like, you can get a blank passive, so you can get nothing there, or you can get Crangled, which explicitly does nothing. So it's just like a collector's item. I believe Crangled is like the lowest chance to get. Blind Corrupt and Crangle corrupts the good one. Right. It's +3 big thunder cubes. Okay, yeah, that's the one that doesn't do anything. Actually just doesn't. Oh. Okay. Guess I'll die. Question, does the Calamity class mod get proc by dots? Contagion spread the dots? It might, Syria. That's gonna require testing. We do have a community theory crafting channel, curse testing in the Discord, where those kinds of questions come up. I asked about the Calamity in there for someone to do some testing for self-damage, so Calamity Science is probably gonna be soon PM. So I don't know the answer to that either. But Contagion spreading dots does sound like it'd be good for Calamity, yeah. My PC is not having it today. Ooh. Placement soon, TM, soon. Thundercube's build now, please. Stop with the Buffmeisters game. I don't want those. Calamity Armor, you know if the fire damage increase is worth it, should look for something else. It's better than nothing, and in mobbing, that can stack up a lot. Like 100% fire damage, even though it's additive with other elemental boosts, that's still a big boost. As long as you're not over-spec'ing the fire damage elsewhere, like that's still very valuable. The thing is, mobbing isn't really where you need your damage the most. And there's not a lot of boss fights where you're gonna have many enemies to stack Calamity. So it doesn't hurt you in any way, and at the very least you get that 10% damage. So it's not bad at all. It's not bad. K6 was having a bunch of FPS problems today too? Okay, yeah. Sometimes shift servers acting up causes a lot of game stutter. Could be that. That's good to know, Cal. Thanks for sharing. Let's keep us trying. No, trying to get something to work for my Gloombringer build. Gloombringer is a cool combo. I want to see more people playing that. You see a lot of Trapscallions, fair amount of Frostwilders, a lot of dead shots. You don't see that many Gloombringers, or Bone Carvers, or Mist Dancers. Crossbow generator. Still haven't gotten a good one yet. I want a really good ×4 so I can try it and be fair to it. Gunboy? Yeah, CZ, that's the vibe. That's the vibe. It's feeling real good. I need to test it out with a bunch of multi-class combos. I'm trying to move towards taking it in Clawbringer direction. But I need some more specific gear for that. And then I'd lose the pet res, which kind of lose some of the flak vibes. So maybe I keep it forward. I don't know. enough looks good. Thank you. Gotta get that hog spell for Rax? Yeah, yeah. I gotta get a really short cooldown. Oh, chums, I'm sorry, buddy. This is gonna be ugly. I gotta get a short cooldown one. Flag's my favorite, maybe that's why I'm drawn to it. Yeah, Flag was definitely my favorite as well. Same vibe. Gonna try this class mod 3 in the gun damage from spell damage, spell shock skill. Ah, magic bullets. Yeah, that is the only remaining bullet damage source in the game, so it's like in its own category within the gun section of the formula. The build isn't that cursed. Okay, chumps. Okay. So can they like can they give him a little more health? Like a little more. That was a chaotic or a primordial or a volatile. That was a chaos tier moon orb. I saw the card, but I didn't see which one it was. Definitely would like a HP buff to chums. That'd be nice. See, I called it about the cat. Get 90% of 110% spell damage and full spell weaving. Be 140 if this class might roll with high thread count if you can't, based on the list I found. Yeah, if you ever want to confirm skill rolls for different class combos, exclamation point armor. We have the spreadsheet in a command. Yeah, and remember the damage from that skill, Seiryu, is, it's not the same attribute as this, so it multiplies with that. It's like how Amp is its own thing that multiplies your gun stuff. Yeah, that too. So Magic Bullets is just crazy. It's crazy strong. Definitely an armor with that will do way more for your guns than even high thread count could. High thread count is ultimately just like a bit more spell weaving. Spell weaving on its own is already cracked. More Magic Bullets is like monka fucking S. Finding Nemo would have been a harder boss fight. More emotions in that one, yeah. The true final boss is growing up. Deathless is trying, but not very hard, honestly. Okay. If Deathless would, did the HP to ward regen well, would have been different. Deathless is already really good. That would have been crazy strong, because then you could have had things like Graveborn Sanguine Sacrament and Body Rune refilling ward. Nah, that's not okay. That'd be nuts. Dark Magic filling your ward? That'd be crazy. I'm kind of glad they didn't make that a thing. Yeah, that'd be nightmarish. But anyway. So I want to grab some food and stuff, and I just got hit by a wave of not feeling so good. So I'm gonna call it a few minutes before end time, but I'm gonna call it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Fun stream. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the build. I'm gonna refine this. Probably gonna farm for that rack spell, so I can really make it flak vibes. And I'm gonna keep farming for armors, try to iron that situation out, and all that stuff. Let's find somewhere to raid. And I appreciate you hanging out. I will next be live tomorrow, 9:30-ish a.m. Eastern. More build stuff. I have no idea what I'm gonna bring to the table, but I try to bring something fresh every stream. Let's see. K6 is probably ending soon. We end around the same time. Dan's doing Elden Ring. Pascaroni's on. Tizzle's just chatting. Scarlet's on. I haven't rated her in a bit. You know, we talked about Wastard so much. Wastard, son of a witch. Lazy's bullying him, so you can pick up some strats there. I know we always raid Lazy, but it's usually where I hang out after my stream anyway, so I recommend you guys the thing I'm gonna consume anyway. Go ahead and copy this. Go ahead and copy this. That'll be the raid message. It's an old one from a few raids ago, but I found it entertaining when it came up in stream earlier. So let's go say hi to Lazy. I appreciate you guys. I know I gush about that at the end of every stream, but conversation is very enjoyable, and the support means a lot. Thank you for all the subs, bits, gifts, and just your viewership. It means a lot to me. So see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and have fun. Bye.
Yeah, I need to go